Hey, good evening, everyone. How's it going? We're doing the dance that's taken culture by storm. My gosh. But how's everyone doing this week? Pleasure to be with you all the week right before Thanksgiving. So hopefully y'all have some fun Thanksgiving plans. And who of you out there in the comments or in the chat, who's coming to Thanksgiving with a big old American flag? Draped around your shoulders with a big MAGA hat, just telling everyone how great life is. I don't know.
Coming in with the I wanna be an American, the Hulk Hogan theme song.
Yeah.
Walking into Thanksgiving dinner that way. Yeah, that's how you do it.
Oh yeah. I love it. That'd be quite the conversation starter. So. But good to see everyone here. And unfortunately, though, the clips from the beginning of the intro were not from Gladiator 2, the more inferior film. So
Did you see it?
No, I didn't. Did you guys?
No.
Yeah, I do not want to ruin my palette of like one of the greatest movies of all time. So
That's fair.
now
Okay.
I've heard that it's just a shot for shot remake, but just with different like more CGI and
there's water in the Coliseum this time, Max.
That actually happened though. Like they actually filled it with water. So I mean,
yeah, but that's happened this time, not first Gladiator, but in this Gladiator, yeah, we got water.
Yeah.
This one,
and sharks.
And rhinoceroses.
That's true.
Isn't that cool?
That's fun.
I guess there's a scene at the beginning with like monkeys or something, and the CGI is like awful. Who knows? So,
well, it's really
Slavic.
It can't be perfect.
No. Unfortunately, I did not see Gladiator 2. Well, actually, fortunately, I didn't see Gladiator 2. But
are you going to see it? You're going to see it at some point, right?
No, I don't think so.
You will. Yeah, you will.
You know what I do want to go see is Penguin. I want to actually watch that series. I was waiting until it finally ended so that I could get a barometer of like, is it good? Should I put my time into it? Now, Kyle, you actually watched the full thing, right?
Yeah. Oh yeah. I was hooked.
And you're giving it a
solid
recommend?
Solid. Right. The highest of recommends I can give it. The show is fucking phenomenal, start to finish. Yeah. I can't even think of a bad. There wasn't even a bad episode. Like it was so damn good. I couldn't believe I was sitting here watching it, and I was just like, I'm stunned. I'm loving this show.
No virtue signaling like in the movie. No white privilege or all the white guys are evil like in the film.
No, It is building up the character. He is evil. Then, the gang war they have. It's so good. Everybody is so good in the show. Not even a bad actor.
Damn, that's rad, man. That's so rare. That's like, you know what it sounds like? Marvel's Daredevil season 1.
Yes.
What did it have that type of quality to it?
Yes.
Wow. See?
The fact that he has now definitively made Penguin. Colin Farrell is the Penguin. Like,
oh yeah,
that's it. Just as Heath Ledger will be the Joker, probably. I don't foresee that ever somebody taking that mantle would be very difficult.
Burgess Meredith had a good stronghold on the Penguin for
Danny DeVito has the crown, baby.
No, they're gone. When you see this show, it's like he's Penguin.
Yeah. Well, because those previous iterations were more jokey, I guess. More comic booky, like more Silver Age comic booky. Yeah.
But now he is, oh my god, it's so good.
Yeah, that's so rad. We've got Cajun Corey in the house, a member of the channel. Thank you, Cajun. We've also got MG, another member. He says yes. Jamin D, another member of the channel. What's happening, brother? We've got Jack Frost. Sup, my dudes? What's happening, man? I have not gotten around to my local comic shop to pick up that Bisley book, so I'll have to check it out next week. And then, Josh, no clips from Gladiator 2 on this show. Sorry.
Not yet, at least.
It'll be Pedro Pascal all over it.
Yep.
Josh says, I've only been saying Penguin is great for months.
Yeah, he has.
But, get kind of like Sus Gabe, you know, Sus Gabe comes out with like really good reviews, and then he'll come out with a bad one. Then you go, wait, what about all these other ones that you've like, you know, got to stay consistent. I don't know. But
Well, I wanted to wait until it was all done because I'm like, okay, it's been good, been good, been good. And like, if they shit the bed this last fucking episode or something happens, I'm just gonna be like, oh god. But no,
that was my fear. Yeah.
fucking land, and I'm like, that's it. I'm like, just stop. You're done. You do not need a season 2. This was a limited series. Like, just fucking stop because you ended perfectly.
Mm.
Then ruin it with Batman 2.
Which has not even been
you ruined.
Yes.
Yeah, didn't wait, Drew? You sent us something over the text that was saying that like the new Batman film hasn't even been fully written, like the script isn't even finished or something.
I know. I sent a text about something that Matt Reeves had said about where he expects Bruce Wayne or Batman to be at this point, and I completely disagree with the mindset he has for Batman. That just does not sit well with me. So I completely disagree with his take on Batman.
Interesting. This is a good question. Joe Corallo says, where does Penguin fall chronologically with the Pebble and the Penguin and the March of the Penguins? Is it a prequel? March of the Penguins, wasn't that the like Animal Planet?
That's narrated
I think it takes place I think this is after March of the Penguins, because we learn in the Penguin, I believe, that his family had originated from March of the Penguins. You know, that's where they originated from, and they somehow made their way to Gotham at some point, about 100, 200 years ago. So in a way, this is a sequel to that.
Yeah, they marched from wherever they were to Gotham City.
To Gotham.
Yeah.
Okay.
They didn't fly. They didn't fly. They marched.
Yeah, they marched.
No, yeah, of course. Okay. Hopefully that answers your question, Joe.
That's why he has the bum leg, because after a while, it just got so bad in the gene pool that eventually his legs all fucked up from all the marching.
They just kept marching, yeah.
Yeah.
Have you all seen that big penguin, Pesto? That big old fluffy penguin, the little baby penguin? But it's like massive. Like he's at a zoo, and they're making shirts about Pesto because he's like hilarious. But
does he look like Danny DeVito penguin?
Yeah.
No, he doesn't.
Okay.
Speaking of places that are cold, though, how about that Steelers game? What the hell happened on that?
That is football weather. I love it. That is my type of game. I love those games.
Yeah,
and
that's AFC North football, man.
Yeah.
No, but what like we're talking about a team that's 8-2, that's talking about going to the playoffs already, and they're like, oh well, we're looking at like the Lions. Of course, Kansas City, the Lions, Kansas City, Steelers, and maybe someone else,
Here's
and
the
then
thing,
they
Max.
just show up. And
here's the thing: the Browns, despite what people think, their defense is pretty damn good. It's just their offense that shits the bed.
Really,
that's been the problem. Yeah, their defense is pretty damn good. They've got the former head coach of the Lions. He's one of the defensive coordinators. Jim Caldwell. He's over there on the defense, and he's a great defensive mind. And they got what's his name? Miles Garrett. I think is his name.
Miles Garrett.
Oh,
dude, he's a beast.
Monster.
Pass rusher. Yeah.
He was an absolute beast last night. And just people don't give their defense that much credit, but they're damn good. And when you're in the dog pound and it's snowing, that's Browns weather, and they played well. And Jameis Winston was making passes in the snow that I could not believe. There was one pass in the fourth quarter. I could not. It's like they're like the announcers were like, "How the hell did he find the damn receiver?"
Yeah, that's what I'm surprised, because like I've always thought that if the Browns were if we were to categorize a strength of the Browns, it would have been Jameis Winston, but the freaking defense showed up and played ball in that weather, man. That was crazy.
Yeah, well, I forgot. They also got, on top of Jim, the one coach I just mentioned, they also have the former head coach of the Texans. Is it Vrabel? Mark Vrabel or whatever? I think is his name.
Titans.
Yes, the Titans coach. Yeah, he's now a coordinator, consultant. Yeah, consultant with the Browns. So their defense is pretty on a good spot right now. So it's their offense that one or two more, three more pieces, and they're going to be good.
Interesting. All right.
Yeah.
Well, I promise, chat, we'll only talk sports ball for just like a few more minutes. Hang with us. And
It
then
was
we
an
got
exciting
show and
game last
tell.
night. If you don't watch football, it was an exciting game last night.
It
It
really
was
was.
awesome.
It was.
It's what you live for.
Yeah.
But I want to talk college ball real quick because Indiana, 10-0, undefeated Indiana, is playing pretty serious team this coming week. I don't know. How do you guys think you'll fare? You think your undefeated streak is going to end?
Well, I do know Nick Saban. He did say today on Pat McAfee's show that not enough people really give IU's defense that much credit. That he says people say like they're good, but he's like, no, they're actually really good. IU's defense, and I think he's expecting IU's defense to really show up on Saturday. So we'll see.
Yeah, I don't know. I think if IU doesn't get blown out, that's a win. Even if they lose, if they don't get blown out, like if it's not 54-3, then that's a win. So if they take one, if IU somehow pulls off a win going into Ohio State and beating them, it will fuck up the entire playoff pool.
Yes.
It will completely
Yeah.
upend everything. I think the college football committee would be like, I don't even know. We don't even know what to do anymore.
How do we
Yeah.
navigate this now?
They're automatically top three. They're automatically in the top three. It's
Yeah.
like, or maybe two. Who knows?
You don't know.
But
I have no idea.
I don't know if it's as far of a far cry from IU winning, because we look at Ohio State's offensive line, they're down to like their third string dudes.
Yeah,
which
and that's
granted,
that's why Nick Saban was saying today that the IU defense is really
They
probably
gotta
going to show
show
up
up.
on Saturday because
They
the
gotta show
IU offensive line is struggling right now. So it's like they're in a really good position.
Now, the good thing about Ohio State is like they've got dudes. Like when you talk about dudes, like guys who are freaking athletes, like your third string bench warmer is probably a first string, like 5-star offensive lineman anywhere else, right?
Yep.
So thankfully, their backups are probably still pretty good. But I'm looking at, because Tennessee got handed a loss last week, so we're 8-2. That was we just gave ourselves that loss against Georgia. But we play UTEP this week. Like Tennessee plays UTEP, so it's like we'll win that. That should be fine. So Tennessee will be 9-2, hopefully. IU will be 10-1, and my hope,
Maybe.
And my hope is that Indiana and Tennessee play together in the playoffs for the spot to play Oregon or something, and then I come out to you boys and we watch the game whether it's in Tennessee or IU or wherever. But yeah.
Dude, if that happens, we're gonna make that happen. Yeah, that will happen.
But I'm wearing all orange, baby. I'm wearing the big orange, big old T on my head. So yeah.
I've got my basketball red and white stripe up pants. I'll be rocking those. I got my IU hoodie. Yeah, so I'll be.
All right, good deal. All right. Cajun says LSU playing Vandy tomorrow. Oh, I'm so sorry. I'm so sorry.
LSU, what the fuck is going on?
Yeah, I don't know what they make.
Vandy's gonna take you guys. Vandy's like Southern. Who is it? Southern Carolina or South Carolina, and Vandy have been pretty scrappy this year. Like they're
especially South Carolina. I couldn't believe them.
Yeah, dude. They're like career enders. So.
Oh, the other game I do want to watch this weekend is the Army Notre Dame game. I think that's going to be closer than people think.
No,
Army wins. I hope Army wins.
Army wins.
I hope that Army wins, but no. I mean, it's at Notre Dame, right? Oh no, it's a Yankee Stadium.
Yes, at the Yankee Stadium. Yeah.
Yeah, they're doing it. Okay, all right. But so that'll be interesting. Ohio State or Indiana at Ohio State this weekend. What a game!
Yeah.
What a game!
That's a noon. I thought that'd be the primetime game. That's going to be at noon.
Dude, they keep doing this at Fox. Like they keep giving these like prime time slots, like 11 o'clock in the morning, and it's like,
Mhm.
let us have a night game, boys. Like, what are we doing?
Well, I don't think
Yeah.
they can, because they don't flex like they do in the NFL. So they would have
No.
put that together before when they knew IU was going to be dog shit, like they
Oh.
always.
It's
So
like it's like it's like, come on, put the Alabama Oklahoma game, move that to noon, and then move IU Ohio State to 7:30. I guarantee you, 7:30 people, everyone is going to be watching that damn game.
Yeah.
Oh yeah.
Georgia used to be ranked pretty high up until they started losing to like,
Yeah.
Kind of meh teams.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I thought they were going to do something pretty great. I mean, they have done a really great job this season. But who's number one? Oregon right now?
Oregon. Yeah.
Oregon.
Why
Yeah.
is Texas number 3?
Because it's Texas.
But Georgia beat the ass off of Texas this year.
Yeah.
Money.
Money. Yeah.
Yeah.
That oil money.
Notre
Yeah.
Dame number 6.
That's bullshit. There's no, it's just, I don't understand. Cal and I know. Growing up here, seeing Notre Dame ranked as high as they are, and then they get to the bowl game, they always shit the bed
they
every
always-
damn
Yeah.
year. It's just
Always.
like, why are you guys doing this? Why are you ranking them so high? Don't do
Yeah.
it. Come on, you're not helping anyone.
No. And everyone keeps going like Notre Dame is so good. It's like,
No, they're not.
because their schedule is just kind of like
They're trying. One thing I hate about Notre Dame is that they want to maintain their independence. It's
Yep.
like,
yeah,
if you keep-
yeah,
you do that, you're only going to have weak schedules. You're only going to be playing, you're
Mhm.
going to end up getting your ass handed to you by an SEC team where they actually have to play schools on the legit schools on the regular. Unlike you, when you guys are playing Delaware State A&M, like every other week.
Yep.
Delaware State A&M.
And lose or barely win.
Yeah.
Mhm.
I love that name. That's almost as good as like when we create comic book titles that are like, gang war, Venom verse, multiverse,
symbiote planets.
symbiote planets,
Crisis of
crisis on
Of the
infinite
absolute power forever.
absolutes. Yeah. Mhm.
Crisis on the infinite houses.
Yeah.
On the lakes of all the different oceans and
Of Earths.
of Earths. Part 2. Josh says, "Yay, sock footsketball, Scott footsketball, go sports." Yeah, if it's
Local sports team.
woo. If it's not rugby, Josh is not interested. See, Josh, yeah, we need that soundboard. 1, 2. I would assume that Josh would be more of a wrestling guy.
Mm.
Like
Tight
professional
leotards,
wrestling?
Greco-Roman.
like
Yeah.
Greco-Roman.
grappling.
Yeah.
Wrestling.
Yeah.
Wrestling.
Oh, you
Yeah.
mean wrestling.
There's a difference between professional wrestling and
Yeah.
wrestling.
And wrestling. Yeah. Okay.
Wrestling. Yeah.
Got it.
Jamin says, I was more of a Metro fan. I've played first played first Stalker. I don't know what that is.
You're talking video games. I don't understand.
Oh,
Sure,
video
yeah.
games now.
Video
We're
games.
talking about sports ball.
Yeah, sports ball.
Cajun member for 28 months, my dude. Thank you so much, brother. I greatly appreciate it. He says Fox's first pick to Big Ten games, and they're big on the noon game. I agree it should be prime time. Well, I mean, Fox
Mhm.
makes more money when they have those big games at noon. So-
Yeah, but it's you get. I mean, like you said, it's noon, and people on the West Coast, they're probably still waking up at that point when the noon game is happening.
It's
And-
9 o'clock here for
yeah,
me, so I'm just
Yeah,
like,
they don't have
you
that
have
first
the
dose
number-
of fentanyl in yet.
You,
oh.
you have the number 5 team and the number 2 team in the nation playing each other. It's like you're gonna have that at noon? No, that's a primetime game.
Oh, 100%, man. And I mean, I'd rather be drinking beer while watching football than my coffee. And that's
Yeah.
the difference. Is like I'm like waking up like, oh, football's on. Okay,
Yeah,
I mean,
I'm
I'm
gonna be
not mad
distracted.
about it, but
I'm gonna be distracted because when I'm recording with Wes, I'm gonna have that on the TV as I'm talking to Wes because I'm like,
right.
I'm sorry, man, I can't look away. I gotta watch the game.
Yeah, no, of course. Of
Hmm.
course. Well, Cajun, I appreciate it. But yeah, that totally makes sense. And unfortunately, that's just kind of how it goes. But appreciate you, brother, for 28 months. Man, by the new year, by 2025, you will have 30 months of a membership. Thank you so much for your support, man. It really, really means a lot. Let me see here. Let me play something for you.
I am iron. I am wrath. I am
doom. Yeah, Josh is all about them boys fighting. We've got Kaiser. He says, "What's up, fellow uneducated friends?" Oh, we've got some uneducated people in our news segment tonight. Don't you worry about that. So, but yeah, no, we're the uneducated ones. So
tracks.
Yeah, that tracks. That's the contract. Bama and Oklahoma are on ABC, and they have exclusive rights to SEC now. Damn, Cajun knows all this stuff. There you go.
Yes, yeah.
Well, gentlemen, you want to get into some show and tell? Shall we move into you know, some nerd stuff?
Yeah, I got something. Yeah.
Oh, you do? All right. Well, let's get right into it then. Everyone in the comments are going to be like, the live stream doesn't actually start until like 30 minutes in. It's okay, guys, unless you want to listen to sports. But yeah, Drew, I'll let you take first honors.
All right, cool. So we had talked about this run a few times on Friday nights. It was the Ghost Rider run by Howard Mackey and Mark Teixeira. So recently they put out an omnibus of that run, and I picked up the Danny Ketch Ghost Rider omnibus.
Oh, that's cool, man.
Yeah. So it's got.
I had no idea that was out. Oh my god.
This sucker is packed, and check out the inside cover. Dude, that is yeah, that is awesome.
It looks sick.
I love it. Yeah, they did a great job with the binding, the cover, everything, the collection. This is worth every cent. I got this on Amazon, I think, with the Amazon Prime discount, but with shipping it was like $99. Sold.
Yeah. I'll take that all day, baby. Wait, could you read the back? What issues does it collect?
This collects Ghost Rider 1 through 24, Spider-Man, the 1990 run from issues 6 and 7, Mark Spector Moon Knight 25, Doctor Strange Sorcerer Supreme 28, Punisher World Journal 29 through 30, Ghost Rider Wolverine Punisher Hearts of Darkness special, material from Marvel Comics Presents 64 through 71 and 90 through 118, and the Marvel Holiday Special 1991. That's a lot of stuff.
God, that really is like every Danny Ketch story.
Yeah, pretty much. You've got all the stuff that Mark Teixeira and Mackie did, including I think some of the Kubert stuff as well. So that is worth every cent.
Does that mean that Midnight Suns is in there, or did they keep that one out? It doesn't sound like they had it in there, but that's fine because I know they've reprinted that.
I think this is right before the Midnight Suns run kicked off, I believe.
Okay. Yeah.
Actually, I'm going checking. Yeah, I think this is all right before the Midnight Suns stuff kicked off.
Yeah. Josh says that inside cover is sick. I do like that.
Yeah,
I would never expected it to be like blue and black like that, but that's cool.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, so I'm going to be next time I see Tex at a show, I'm going to be taking this. I'm going to have him. I don't care how much he costs. He's going to be doing a sweet remark right there on the inside.
Yeah, dude, hell yeah, that'll look sick.
Yeah,
man, I had no idea that was out. Now, is it comic book size or is it omnibus size, which is like just a little bit like a hint bigger?
Oh no, it's on. This is an omnibus side. This is omnibus. Yeah, this is. Yeah,
okay.
That's a big boy.
And in terms of, because I know that like if you put a floppy next to an omnibus, of course it's going to be only 22 pages as opposed to like 200 pages. But in terms of like an omnibus, don't they enlarge the pages a little bit more? No.
Yeah, I would say slightly, not much, but slightly. Yeah, the pages are slightly bigger. But
Okay.
yeah, when you look at Tex's work in here, it's worth being blown up. And the only thing that would make this better is if they did an all pencils and inks edition of this.
Poof.
I would
Oh my
I
God.
would love to see the pencils and inks
Mm.
of these pages, and I think they would make a small fortune with that.
Hell yeah. The tough thing is with Omnibus and what I'm
Mhm.
realizing now, a lot of like the old stuff, which is
Mhm.
why I've been picking up these like essential editions,
Mhm.
is that a lot of this art was meant to be on newsprint. And so when you print
Mhm.
it on the gloss or the cardstock or whatever it
Mhm.
may be, and you recolor it, it doesn't have the same feel. You know what I
No.
mean? So
No,
um,
and I really wish they would. I wish they would do that more. Go back to the actual newsprint and the
Mhm.
original colors, because I think they would do very well with those. And
Mm.
plus, it's a lot lighter at the same time.
Yeah, well, yeah. You know who is doing newsprint though?
Yes, he is.
HH over at Sigma Comics, the Calico himself. He says, busy writing tonight, but sending a warm salute to the crew. Thank you, sir. He says, definitely want to join you on the show. Until then, wishing everyone a happy Thanksgiving. Dude, HH, thank you so much, brother, for the $5. We greatly appreciate it. You are the man, brother. You are the man. Thank you. Yeah, guys, please go check out HH's it's his new book that's a prequel to the next story that he's going to be writing, but he's
Mhm.
got Mike Barron, Punisher, extraordinaire Mike Barron is going to be writing the Calico for his next project.
Rippaverse writer.
Oh yes, no,
Yes.
how could I forget? Of course, yeah. The Great Horseman. No, that's Chuck Dixon.
No,
Chuck
the
Dixon.
polymath. The
The
polymath.
Polymath.
Writer.
Good Ying.
Goody
Good Yang.
Yang.
Yeah. Good Yang, the
Goody
polymath.
Ying,
Yeah.
who was spelled Goodying on the title, but then Goodying differently on the subheading
Correct. On the same page.
on the
Yep.
same page.
Yep. Your main character's name is spelled incorrectly. Yeah. Got it. Yep. That's correct.
I still cannot believe that no one's mentioned, no one recognizes, like, I feel like I'm taking crazy pills. But, yeah, HH, you're the man, brother. Thank you so much for the $5. Speaking of Mike Barron and the Punisher, and the Calico, who really embodies the Punisher as one of the main characters, I think, that has that same heart. As the Calico would say, I think on the Calico shirt, it says "I kill," and then on the back it says "for animals." And I like the sentiment. So here you go, brother. This one's for you.
I'll dance with you.
Yeah, buddy. Jack says no one cares about Gooding. No.
Well, I think Eric July would disagree with you and all the people that bought it.
Mm.
So yeah, nice try there,
Yeah.
Jack.
Nice try. It made like $30 million. So
Yeah.
nice try.
I'll
Detractor.
see who's laughing now.
Yeah. Just a bunch of detractors, bro.
Mhm.
Also, HH, I think I saw that you had sent me something on Instagram. I don't check my Instagram a ton. I'm more on Twitter, like DMs, but I will respond back to you because I would love to have you on the show. We'd love to have you on here to talk about the book. So I'll see if I can try and get back to you this weekend. But yeah, let's maybe try and plan something for 2025 or in between the holidays. We'll figure something out. But I'm excited for this book, man. It looks amazing. So thank you again for your support. We greatly appreciate it. Yippee-ki-yay, mother trucker. Hey, what's happening, Andy? Good to see you, brother. Thank you for being here as well. Kyle, do you have anything for show and tell tonight? Looking around. Did you find any more?
Actually, no, I don't think so. I don't think I do.
Wow, that's a first.
Whoa.
That's the first. No foil, no facsimile, no nothing.
No.
Right. Okay. Fair enough. I guess I'll go then. No, I'm
Fine.
begrudgingly.
Yeah.
last week I showed off a collection of like 20 different essential books. 2 more came in that I had to purchase separately because they weren't part of the big like box that I had gotten. But these are more Doc Strange books. Here, I'll go. There we go. So this is volume 1 of the Doctor Strange book, but it doesn't actually collect Doctor Strange because his first appearance was in Strange Tales number 110. So this collects Strange Tales 110, 111, and 114 through 168. So that's a lot. But the art in this is amazing, and even better once Strange Tales turned into Doctor Strange. It's Doctor Strange number 169, and then that's through 178, 180 through 183, Avengers, Submariner, Marvel Feature, Incredible Hulk, Marvel Premiere, all the good stuff. And the artwork in this is stunning. Yeah, and it's all black and white, all newsprint. But yeah, I've really been digging. I don't know why I've been digging a lot of Doctor Strange stuff. And the second character that I've been getting really into this past like week or so has been good old Sergeant Fury and the Howling Commandos.
Ooh, you got the stuff from the looks like the 80s, I think. The stuff from the 70s and 80s.
Yeah, so this was Nick Fury versus Shield. So this was a 6-issue miniseries, but these covers are just absolutely fantastic. They're so sick.
Was that with Howard Chaykin on the art?
Yes, yeah. But these were great. This was 1988 that this first came out.
Yeah.
Wow. I haven't gotten a chance to read all of them. I just read issue 1 the other night. But yeah, these covers.
Honda.
Yeah, it does look like that.
Fighter. I know that's Jisco, but
these covers just scream like 80s focus.
Oh, wow.
They're amazing.
Yeah, real nice. And then here's the last one. They look like movie posters.
Yeah, I was gonna say they literally look like movie posters from
right
70s and 80s. Yeah.
Yeah, it's so rad.
Like a James Bond poster. Yeah.
Yes.
It really does. Yeah. And this is what I want in my Nick Fury. You know, this like there's never a panel that he doesn't have the cigar in his mouth. Now on the cover, obviously he doesn't. But yeah, it looks like a James Bond cover.
Yes,
you
it
got
does.
sexy ladies up here, you know.
Yep.
But pretty cool, very rad. So I'm gonna be reading those. And then this I thought was interesting. I came across this for like 10 or 12 bucks. This is Wolverine Nick Fury, the Scorpio connection.
Yeah, that one's interesting. That's another interesting Howard Chaykin one. Yeah. Not bad.
The art on these is really cool. I'm really digging these, but this was also 1989. So yeah, I'm looking forward to reading these, getting a little bit more into this. But
Howard Chaykin, he was a busy guy back in the late 80s. I gotta say.
But this is a hardcover graphic novel. But you know, it's interesting because these were pretty cheap. But if you look at the first series of Nick Fury, not Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos, but Nick Fury, Agent
Jim Steranko, the Jim
Steranko stuff.
Yeah.
Impossible, like priced out of my wallet, like impossible to try and buy just one issue. Like all of them, if you even at like mid-grade are like hundreds of dollars. It's like, damn, but they look so good. That Jim Steranko art is like just chef's kiss. So and then lastly, this isn't, you know, I'm sure everyone probably had this at some point. Most people will probably recognize this cover more so from the Deadpool miniseries that they did with this, but it's got that similar style. But this is the Gambit 4-issue miniseries.
That's some great Lee Weeks art. Yeah, Lee Weeks on the pencils, and I think Klaus Janson on the inks.
You are correct, sir.
Yeah,
man, you know your stuff. So
it's a burden, really.
You're like, The amount of things I know are taking up a lot of space in
Yeah.
my head right now.
The amount of useless shit that I know. Yeah.
Yeah.
It's just
Yeah, but hey, that's good because you probably have retained more about comic books than some of these posers have forgotten about. Or no,
or
you
ever
sorry,
or ever knew.
you've forgotten more about comic books than some of these posers ever knew about comic books.
Yeah.
So I think you're.
And
think you're
that was
good.
that was series also written by Howard Mackey, who wrote the Ghost Rider series.
Yeah. So, but yeah, man, this
Mm.
4-issue mini was really cool. I'll show this off because I got to show the interior art, but I mean, like you said, Drew, this Lee Week stuff just
Mm.
kicks ass.
Mm-hmm.
It
That's
looks
the opening
so
page.
damn
Yeah.
good. Yeah. But how he does Rogue, like everyone is super, like they're really posed in great dynamic action
Yeah.
figure type ways.
It's explosive. It's in your face. It's hip. It's now. It's wow.
It's wow.
Yeah.
This almost like this Wolvie, how he's smoking and like his figure. This almost looks like Tex plus Jim Lee like made a little baby, and that's what this is what they drew.
It was popular at the time. They knew that was a popular
Yeah.
style, and it's like, Lee, can you imitate that style, please? Yeah.
And he's
And
like,
notice, I do love how they note when this takes place. If you scroll up, that they're in that last box. It takes place. Yeah. Before
Wolverine 75,
Yeah.
which is extremely important because
Yes.
Wolverine still has his adamantium claws at that point. So.
Yes.
But my gosh, look at the energy in these panels, man. There's never a dull moment.
No,
it feels
it's like name me an X-Men comic book out right now that has that much energy throughout the whole book. There's more energy in one page or a panel in this issue than there are in out of a whole run so far from the current X-Men stuff.
Well, we had a good issue this week
of Exceptional X-Men, or which X-Men book are we talking?
It was pretty exceptional. I don't know.
You mean how they just cat fought on the staircase for
And
the
they're
entire 22 pages?
Okay, we're going to introduce each other. What are your pronouns? What are your powers? I
pretty
good.
Pretty good.
That is neat. Yeah.
That is neat. We have the same shirt, or we're the same height. Yeah. That is neat.
We're both non-binary. That is neat.
That is neat. Yeah, dude. I mean, look at the facial expression. Look at how great these were illustrated. But we're talking big on Lee Weeks, but to have Klaus Janson inking his pencils, that's what makes the difference, right?
And what's crazy about this is that I don't see Klaus at all in these inks. Because Klaus has a very distinct style, and I don't see him in most of these pages at all.
Yeah.
Like I'm going to say, Lee did a lot of the heavy lifting here. It looks like.
I can see that.
Look at that color. Look at the colors on that.
I was going to say this uplighting where it's like
just
so on his face from the card, and then you get the shadows on
between
Gambit.
The Wolverine page with the lighting of the cigars.
Oh yeah,
man, the lighting is just colors are so fucking good in this. Yeah. Look at that.
And that's what's wild, man, is that like a lot of these things are taken into perspective. Like, how do we want to angle this shot, or how do we want to light the face of this person, or like what are we trying to? What's the emotion that we're trying to evoke from this page or this panel? It doesn't happen anymore.
To piggyback off what you just said, Max, there was a movie that came out like in the last couple of years. It was kind of Steven Spielberg like filleting himself. Is like the comic, the movie historians or whatever. I forget what the hell it was called, but it's supposed to be like him when he was a kid making a film or whatever. And toward the end, the child version of Steven Spielberg goes to meet John Ford, famous film director, and he's played by David Lynch. Great. It's probably arguably the best scene of the whole shitty film. But it's when John Ford's talking to him. He's telling him, "Look at that picture. Look at that painting right over there. See the angle? What's the angle of the painting? It's like the POV is like it's going down. Yeah, right. It's exciting. And the camera's looking down upon something. It's exciting. When the camera's looking up. It's exciting. When it's medium and it's looking level, it's dull as shit. Don't do that."
There you go. Yeah. Well, that's what. But then some people take it too far, and then they go Dutch angle everything, and then it's like because that means that it's exciting. It's like, well,
or it's just it's slightly off. It's a skew.
yeah, we're trying to make the viewer feel like
Mhm.
confused and like unsettled. It's like, yeah, but you're, when
See,
you get
like that point, that POV shot right there.
yeah,
It's you're looking up. With the way the lighting is around a gambit size, it's an interesting point of view.
but man, I never knew Lee Weeks was so that his faces were so well done.
Oh yeah, I mean,
You know
look,
what I mean?
you look at
Like,
his run in not just the Gambit miniseries, but what he did on Daredevil. His Daredevil stuff is gorgeous. And,
yeah,
like Josh had mentioned it earlier in the comments. He's kind of gotten forgotten, through time about how great his stuff was, and
right.
we really need to remember just a lot of the great stuff he did. Just not just with the Gambit series, but with Daredevil and stuff he's done at DC as well. Some of the Batman stuff he did was great.
It looks so great, man.
Mhm.
So I do like, finding these older series that, have existed for, 30 years, but you rediscover them and you're like, man, this is what it's all about, dude.
It's
Like
gold.
rediscovering that stuff is fun.
Yeah.
Gold, Jerry, gold.
Yeah,
I mean,
is
this
gold
face right here is well, it really is.
compared to what we got now. Yeah, it's
Yeah.
gold.
Thank you, Modern Comics, for letting me go back and find these hidden gems.
Yeah.
From
You know what,
30 years
actually,
ago.
that
Yeah.
is one thing that we can thank them for sure, is that we're looking at like the stuff that's actually good. So it's like palate cleansers. So
Ugh.
Jack, this is sad. This is sad. He says I have that Gambit #1 in my gimmick covers box. Blech.
You have a
Don't be
whole
hating.
box? You have a
Don't
whole
be
cover?
hating.
You have a whole box of that?
Kyle's got long boxes.
No,
Multiple
that
ones.
stuff is gold. That stuff is retirement.
That's the
Yeah,
gimmick
he's got
covers
cases
are
of
really-
Warriors of Plasm #1.
That's my retirement fund.
What's the episode where Jerry gives what's his name $100 for gum? And he's like, that's a lot of gum.
Yeah, am I crazy or is that a lot of gum?
That's a lot of gum.
Yeah, that's a lot of gum. That's a lot of variant covers. That's a lot of gimmick covers. Lee Weeks doesn't get the recognition he deserves. Correct.
Yeah.
100%, Josh. Couldn't agree more. Hey, Vex. Good to see you, Vex. We all love our lovely Vex Electronica. Thank you for being here. Yeah, I definitely got to check out some of his Batman stuff, because
Yeah.
if his Gambit is anything like, or his Batman rather is anything like his Gambit, then yeah, I think I'm gonna like it.
Yeah, he did a lot of Batman stuff around the time of Nightfall. So yeah, it looks really good.
Perfect. And the Elmer Fudd special apparently from Joe. So
Yep, his art was good in that.
Shockingly, even the guy who wrote that, it was still a good issue. I thought it was still
all
good.
right.
Yeah, despite his best efforts. Yeah.
Despite, yes, he was able to put out something that was good. So credit where credit's due.
A whole short box of gimmick covers.
See,
that's 150 books right there.
Whew.
Now, what are we saying is a gimmick cover though? You know what I mean? Is that like
It's
a
gonna be-
Batman #1 foil?
Yep,
Facsimile?
foil, chrome, lenticular,
holofoil in particular, the one with the cards on it. Like,
Yeah. Okay.
chromium.
Right.
Yeah.
Lee did a cover of Action Comics 1051 that I love. It's a young John Kent playing in the field perfection. Mwah.
The
I
field
gotta-
fairy.
yeah, maybe,
What? I don't think
maybe I
so.
can. I'll bring that up here.
Mhm.
Die cut. That's the other
Mhm.
one. That Wolverine issue 50 is die cut because it's a
Mhm.
it's a folder and it says Weapon X
Yeah,
on
the
it. and
file.
It's got
Yeah,
the,
the
yeah,
claws.
it's got 3 claw marks. You're like, whoa.
Hey, Silvestri art is fantastic.
Mhm.
Oh my god, I love that whole era of Wolverine.
Mhm.
Was like, well, that's why we were so spoiled, because we had Silvestri. No, we had John Buscema or Sal Buscema on the first portion.
Yeah,
of
John.
Wolverine
Yeah,
run. John. Then you had Silvestri hop on.
Well, John Byrne. Yeah, John Byrne after that, and then
John
you had,
Byrne.
yeah.
Then you had Silvestri. Then you had
Well, don't
Andy
forget,
or
also had
Adam
Tex.
Kubert.
Tex was in there too,
Yeah,
doing Wolverine
Tex.
issues.
for just a few. Yeah.
Yeah.
Like, yeah, dude, just absolute insanity with the amount of guys who. And then if you hopped on over to Marvel Presents, you had Sam Keith doing Wolverine
Sam
stuff.
Keith,
Like
Jay Lee,
rushing.
Barry Windsor
Barry
Smith,
Winter Smith.
Oh,
Yeah.
Rob Liefeld. All these guys were doing stuff in there. And I think at one point you also had Sam Keith and Tim Vigil on a short story. I think in issue 100 of Marvel Comics Presents. It's like that's probably the only issue in Marvel that Tim Vigil has his name on, I think.
And then we get A-listers now for this Wolverine series, and
the one guy
puts all these pieces of shit to shame.
Yeah.
I mean, we're just firing on all cylinders right now.
Woo! I had to bring this up because Josh mentioned it. This is pretty cool. I like that. Just simple, you know?
Yeah. Totes Dorbs.
Totes Dorbs.
Cute.
It's cute.
Mhm.
Josh would like that. No, I'm
He
kidding.
would.
Hey, I really liked the John Kent era when John wasn't, a flaming homosexual. And
He's bisexual, Max. Come on.
And fighting climate change and everything else right now.
Yeah. And I don't like him because he's not, or not that there's anything wring with that, right? But
of course not.
Yeah, he had a better fun story when Peter J. Tomasi was writing him in the Superman book. That was just perfection. So, which then created the offshoot Super Sons because everyone was like, "We want more John." So,
and it was fun. They were at the perfect age where they should stay and not get any older. And it's like,
Tomasi and Gleason, on that run. God, it's amazing.
Jack says Forceworks #1 that folded out and popped up, and all the other stuff mentioned. Eclipso #1.
Hey, Eclipso #1 was awesome. That was awesome. That it had the gem on the outside of it, but on top of that, you had Bart Sears artwork in that. Bart fucking Sears on Eclipso. It was amazing.
Oh man. Now I'm curious. Now I got to see what Eclipso #1 is. I've never seen big stupid purple gem on it. All right. Josh says it's what Superman should inspire in every little boy. I agree. Hope, optimism, heroism. Those are good qualities to have as a young kid.
I'm not teaching my son any of that shit.
No.
That sounds pretty toxic.
Vindictive, evil, vengeful.
Yeah, I got to beat him down. And if he starts to get back up, you beat him down even more.
Yeah. That's like what the Marine Corps does, right? They beat you down, but they never build you back up. They just keep beating you back into the ground.
Yeah, exactly. There's no building up.
You have to build yourself up.
Mm-hmm.
What was that gemstone thing called? Eclipso.
Eclipso.
#1. Yeah. Bart Sears on the art. It was fantastic.
#1. All right, let's see here.
Yeah, it was.
It really is like a gemstone.
Yes, it was like a little gemstone thing built into the cover. Yeah.
No way, he's holding it. That's amazing.
Yeah,
that's genius.
So that clearly must have dented the cover of the book then. Right?
It was like glued onto the cover. That's what made it weird.
Yeah, find a 9/8 of that.
That's wild.
I don't think I've never seen a graded copy of that.
How could you? You couldn't fit it into the slab, right?
Probably don't grade it.
Yeah,
it's so funny.
But like I said,
take a page out of Eclipso's book. All right.
But like I said, Bart Sears' art in that is beautiful. It's fantastic. He's another artist that doesn't get enough credit. He's kind of gotten lost in the sands of time.
I'll have to look it up. Yeah, look at that. I could see Rippaverse doing something like that. What would be the 3D thing though?
A Dokuman thing? I don't know.
Dokuman
the car that Izom fell on. The pieces of the car.
Be part of shrapnel of the car. Oh yeah. Remember when Joshua Williamson wrote Eclipso in that Justice League vs. Suicide Squad book? Yeah, that was garbage.
Yeah, that was terrible. Yeah.
Oh no.
No one. It's like people. The last person that got it right was Jeremy Adams on his Flash run when they introduced the Eclipso gem in his run. They had one fantastic artist working on it. It was like a year or so ago. amazing. He got it right. But
That's right.
yeah, it's very hard to do.
Yeah.
Apparently.
Well, before we get into our news for the evening, I gotta shout out these fine gentlemen. So first, I gotta shout out the very own Aaron Sparrow. His link is in the description below. You guys can find that. This is the Kneel Before Doomface Kickstarter. Go over. You've got 11 days to go, almost at 14K. And we are just rolling with this campaign. It's going to be a blast once we get this into our hands. But yeah, excited for this bad boy to come out.
Hell
Yeah, me too. I went big on this. Yeah, if you guys didn't back it, I mean, he had a great deal where you get all the covers and everything for like 90 some odd bucks. Well worth it. But I think that tier is gone.
Yes, yeah. But you can still order the Kenneth Rocaford cover for 25 bucks. Couple other ones that are just knock your socks off. I do like the Canadian one too. That one's pretty funny.
Yeah.
The Colonel Silver Streak. Yeah. But so go check out Kneel Before Doomface. But not only that, but Silent Nights #1 from our very own Drew, aka Dolan. And though the campaign has ended, you can still back this. It is quote unquote in demand, whatever you'd like to call it. I got myself the cover A, Silence Diego de Silva. Diego de Silva.
So I'm just letting people know, like we've been following the aftermarket sales on eBay for Tiago's covers. They're going for anywhere between 50 to like 90 to 100 bucks sold on eBay. It's ridiculous.
Which is what I do to. Never mind. I'm gonna.
So anyone, there are people thinking that it's just a tit book. You know, it's just a TNA book. No, there is an actual story here. There's a kick-ass fight scene in this, and things are going to develop. There's going to be an actual story. Characters are going to be evolving throughout the story. It will shock and surprise people that there's actually something here more than just a sexy cover. Granted, it helps to have a sexy cover, but there's also a great story here.
Oh, well, I was about to say, I mean, there's nothing wrong with sexy covers as long as it comes with, you know, some story, some character, some development, something to keep you there, some action.
Not just that, a kick-ass fight scene in more than just one page or panel.
Yeah. So, but yeah, looking forward to both of those campaigns. You guys can find the link to both of those down below. And another project that Drew has been working on, we've got, I'm trying to look for this tab here.
There.
We've got the first page penciled and inked for Unholy Nightmare issue #2. At least that's what we're looking at here, right, Drew?
That's correct. Yeah, you're looking at the pencils and inks for Unholy Nightmare #2, first page. Since it takes place in Gary, Indiana, and Chicago. Aurelio and I, we're big fans of films from the 80s, and we're like, you know what? Let's do a little homage to the Blues Brothers. So that first panel right there, the opening sequence of the Blues Brothers, when you got the Bluesmobile, you know, jumping the bridge that parts. We're like, you know what? Let's have a cop car, you know, making their way to the scene of the crime, you know, as they're hopping a bridge. So this is our little homage, and he nailed it. And we actually have one of our customers who paid to be put into the book. He's there in the second panel. In the passenger seat.
There he is.
Yeah.
Nice. Oh yeah, man. That's badass.
And there's a Lieutenant Magnum in the driver's seat. He's making the scene of the crime. Yep.
All right.
Yeah.
I know why, but I won't say it. We've also got what looks like to be a car that is drawn really well. And I don't see any 3D assets. I don't know, boys. What do you guys think? That looks like a drawn car.
Yeah, you know, I think, I'm willing to bet you Aurelia spent some time on that. Yeah.
Yeah. Like I can actually see that, like, you know, he was taking a marker or something. I can see his like little things here. But
and I actually sent you the rough layout of this.
Oh, yeah, that's true. Yeah.
Yeah,
I didn't get a chance to pull those off, but yeah, these are great. Now, I mean, he definitely used reference because this car looks, you know, great. But
yeah, when I said the model I gave him was a 1970 Dodge sedan, which is the Bluesmobile. So I told him that is going to be our cop car. So
beautiful, beautiful. Well, Hell yeah, man. So everyone should start getting excited about Unholy Nightmare issue number 2. And like I said, you guys can go back, Kneel Before Doomface and Silent Nights right now. Those are both in the description. We've got Chris saying, did you see that the new Luke Cage looks like Isom in the Ultimates number 9? No. Did they steal Isom?
Genius.
That's great. That's great.
I didn't read the Ultimates. I didn't read that.
Nah, me neither.
No,
Number 9. Was that last week or? I don't know.
I didn't think it came out
I
this
haven't been
week.
following that. Yeah.
I'll take a look. I'll do some research.
Okay, do some investigative research for us.
Yeah.
Thank you, sir.
Hunt,
It won't.
Kyle. Why don't you do Hunt?
Oh, hunt.
Hunt for
Hunted.
Isom. Yeah. Slavic says, have you seen that book that is on Indiegogo and Kickstarter that is only 3 doll hairs? It is called The Band of the Crow. I did not see this. That's that's a pretty good deal though. But man, I don't know how they're going to be making any money.
Yeah.
They won't.
Yeah.
What's happening, Zax? The wrench, the mensch, and the member. Thank you for being here, man. Always lovely to see you. All right. Well, let's get while Kyle is searching, while he's hunting for the Ultimates, Isom / Luke Cage. Let's get right into the news. Well, this just in, it looks like there's an artist on Twitter who wanted to do his own version of a Captain America sketch cover, and my God, it's been heating up. What do you guys think?
Ban it.
Hey, you know what? You know what? I think if Marvel and Image are going to do covers with Barack Obama and they're blowing their load over him with Spider-Man on the cover, here you go. It seems only fair to do a cover like this. If people were to say, you can't be doing that, I'm like, you want me to pull up all the fucking Barack Obama covers you guys did? Yeah. It's like, it seems pretty one-sided to me if you don't want to do this.
Yeah.
Well, you have Savage Dragon punching George Bush in the face on a cover too.
Right.
So,
but Savage Dragon is like unhinged. It's weird, man. Like,
it's a porno.
Eric Larson's doing some weird stuff over at Savage Dragon. I don't touch that.
He's letting out all of the writer's barely disguised fetish. His stuff is coming out in that book. It's weird.
No, I'm not touching that with a, we all read Red Room. Red Room seemed less tame than what's going on over at Savage Dragon. All right. So that should tell you something. Okay. Chris says that it's on League of Comic Geeks. All right. Maybe we'll go check it out after this. Josh says, speaking of Luke Cage, did they ever announce who the new Venom is? Wasn't supposed to be Luke Cage?
Maybe?
I don't know. We'll
or is it Cletus Cassidy? Or is it
I don't know.
I forget.
MG says sorry, but Orange Man bad. I'm reporting everybody. Yep, the channel is gone. The Trump they believe in is more of a cartoon character than that drawing. That's true. Now, I wish I could credit the artist because I don't know who it actually is. So this was tweeted by Gary over at Nerdrotic. He said, this would be the best-selling Marvel comic in the last 25 years. That's a pretty bold statement, but I mean...
It would be up there with the Obama, because they were really flaunting and, like I said, blowing their load over how many copies they sold of the Obama covers and Spider-Man. So I think this would give it a good run for its money.
And this is a good point. Josh says, let's not forget that Obama got an effing Nobel Peace Prize despite all the shit that went down in Syria under his presidency.
And don't forget, deporter-in-chief. He had more deportations than any other president in history.
That's very true.
Don't worry about that other drone strikes. We don't talk about that. That
no, never happened.
No.
Out of sight, out of mind.
Yeah. But my gosh, man, this would be, I mean, I do like the cover. I think it's pretty rad. I mean, as I see these superheroes, no matter who the president would be, whether or whoever's in that, who's in the middle of the shot, whether it's Trump, Kamala, Hillary, Bush, doesn't matter. If we had a former or acting president that had been almost had, something happen to them of this level, I would think that every one of these superheroes would be protecting them. Right? You know what I mean?
Yeah.
Because that's their job. So that's why I don't think it would be that crazy for Marvel to
They're superheroes. They're above politics.
exactly. Yeah. So, and like who can say that we've lived through potential life-threatening instances like this? Like what rhymes with sensation, right? Like I can't say the word because we're still living in a dystopian future. But yeah, no, I mean, like this is an incredible piece of history that will be printed in
So,
textbooks.
and frame of reference, like you said, that image will be in history books.
Mhm.
But my boy Murat Michaels, who I write for, he did a "Do You Poo" variant with Pooh in that position. as Trump.
Really?
That sucker sold out fast. I remember it sold well. It's one of those things where it's like it's very polarizing because he got a lot of fans on board who loved it and a lot of people who hated it. And
Yeah.
I kind of operate his Instagram page. When I posted that, you should have seen how many people just unsubbed from his Instagram page
Oh my god.
because of that cover. Murat didn't care. Murat did not care. He said, "You know what? Hey, it's art. Art's going to do that. Art's going to be challenging." It's like he's very right. It's true.
There is one.
EVS did a bunch too. He put out
That's true.
some covers.
Well, same with Shane Davis. He did one where Trump's on a throne or something.
Yep.
Now, granted, those EVS covers of those of Trump are going crazy, hundreds and hundreds of dollars for those variants. So,
Oh yeah.
because you have the fight one, right, Kyle?
I have a blue variant. And then I got his recent one. He did
Okay.
also.
I gotta say those look pretty
Yeah.
rad. So,
Mhm.
oh, point of personal privilege. Point of personal privilege. Please stop using gendered language. Sorry, Kaiser. Sorry. We'll be more. Sorry, comrades. We'll be more.
Yes, comrade. Yes.
Yeah. Be more sensitive. An ass in nation. There you go. All right. You know what? Fiend, you nailed it.
There are a lot of asses in
Zach's-
our nation, unfortunately.
Well, yeah, that's very true. Zach says a Trump cover would be explosive. That it would be. Watch Deadpool, or MG says, watch Deadpool and Wolverine in 4K the other night. I'm still mind blown. You guys didn't like it.
What?
Well, I was the only one who didn't like it. These two jabronis liked it.
Yeah,
I
it's
watched
fun.
Logan a few weeks back again too. They nailed X-23 and Wolverine in this new one based on Logan. Oof.
I honestly like Wolverine and Deadpool versus. I like that more than Logan. Honestly, Logan I like. It's just I hate the fact that they cloned Logan. They should not have done that. It should have been Wolverine versus Sabretooth.
Yeah.
It should have been Sabretooth who he was fighting against. Toward the end.
But
of the
yeah,
film.
didn't it all pay off? And didn't you love when they got to fight in Wolverine versus Deadpool when Sabretooth showed up? And then
the other Sabretooth.
Yeah. Oh well. Jack Frost says, I think Gary's right. A cover like that on a Captain American issue would move some units. However, the choice would never be made with all the reeing that happened all at the mere suggestion. Well, yeah, that's the thing.
It's not just that. I mean, you're advertising yourself out there. People are going to be showing it off for free because of how polarizing it is. That you can't buy that. I mean, if Marvel did do this, it would be over The View. It'd be on CNN, MSNBC.
Yeah,
that's free advertising.
It really would be. I mean, hey, if Tom Taylor can get on CNN for making, Superman, right? Gay or bisexual, whichever one that DC wants to roll with. Yeah, this would make headline news for sure.
Yeah.
So this cover would be a hit on Blue Sky. Well, of course it would. Be ringing all over it. And you said I had sus opinions. Yeah. Well, I'll get Vex to back me up on the Wolverine Deadpool thing.
Yeah, nobody's perfect.
Yeah.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, I just thought this was interesting. Kind of I think it's a cool cover. Like I said, I wish I could give credit to the artist, like their actual name. I don't know who did this, but whoever you are, brilliant work, great job, and also for just having the balls to put this out there.
Mhm.
Right, it's awesome.
Him and
Now the
Mirage.
question is, would y'all buy this?
Yeah, absolutely.
Sure.
All right. Oh, here we go. The artist is Pakwan Art. Pak Kwan. There you go. Fight,
Sure.
fight, fight.
Fight, fight, fight.
Interesting. Oh, that's funny. That's pretty good. That he's got Joe. Donald Duck. Oh, the rings. Oh my God, the Green Lantern rings.
Oh, that's great.
I actually love Beware my power.
I like
Green
that.
Lantern's light. That's great. All fake news. Oh, the Department of Tooth.
Department of Tooth.
All fake news. Amazing Fantasy Trump. Nice. All right. Next we've got, well, what do we want to do next? This one was pretty recent. So Drew texted this to me, and Kyle had reiterated that, yeah, Heritage has been doing a ton of different auctions within the past week or so. But Heritage Auctions and Rob Liefeld put this up on Facebook. Maximum effort, maximum result. Rob Liefeld introduced Deadpool on page 14 of New Mutants number 98. The original art making the debut of the Merc with a Mouth sparked a lengthy bidding war that just led to a new auction record for Liefeld at $960,000. That's wild. And then Rob Liefeld reposted this and said, "So which one of you bought this bad boy? Fess up." Damn. And then this guy goes, "I figured it was you," which I mean that's pretty funny.
What's funny is that Rob has said he doesn't own a lot of these pages anymore. They're all sold and gone. So yeah, I'm sure he's curious as to see who bought it. But what's even funnier is that back in the day, him and Todd and Jim, they would always be a little competitive over like whose pages sold more for more money at the auction houses back in the day, like at Sotheby's, and which is pretty funny. So I'm curious to see if they're still as competitive with each other to see like, oh yeah, my page sold for this much. Yeah, mine sold for this much.
I believe that. I could see that. I mean, I don't know. I think McFarlane probably outsells them all if he were to sell original art, right?
He still has all the Spawn pages. He still owns every single original page.
That's right.
So put those babies on the market and like, bro, those are going for $2-3 million.
That's a rainy day fund right there.
Yeah. Fiend says you could have bought a Big Mac and fries for what they paid for that page. Yeah. Yeah, but that's not the Deadpool everybody thinks of and likes.
No, it's the Deadpool I like. It is.
Now, well, because this was the Deadpool before he became just a tool, like an absolute tool bag, like
insufferable asshole,
insufferable,
unreadable.
That's just yes, yeah. Where you see that yellow bubble and you just go, "I'm not reading this. This looks awful."
Yeah,
I never do.
Personally, I know I've got a very an unpopular opinion. I prefer. I've been going back and rereading a lot of this stuff that Rob did, and honestly, I like Rob's dialogue more with Deadpool than I do like with Joe Kelly and Daniel Way and everyone else afterwards. I like how it's just told straight. That's the Deadpool I enjoy. It's because it's so different than what we're getting now. I'm like, I like this. It's so much nicer and neater.
I would have to go back and reread the original Deadpool stuff. But even when Deadpool showed up in some of the Wolverine issues, like what was it? Wolverine 88? 89? I forget.
The silhouette
it was
cover
one of
when they're
those.
fighting.
It's the blue, and then they're both in
Yeah.
a red silhouette,
Mhm.
and he's like holding Wolverine up or whatever, or Wolverine's holding
Yeah.
him. I forget.
Mhm.
That issue's great. That's a lot of fun.
Mhm.
Yep.
And Deadpool does have a mouth on him, but it's not nearly as insufferable. So,
Yeah.
but yeah, I mean, could you guys even imagine buying something for $1 million?
That shitty? No. Now,
But
Jim
you-
Lee, different story.
Well, you know what's funny about that? It's like that one page is for as much as paid for that, I could buy probably, I'm guessing, 3-4 of the original art page covers for like Vault of Horror and Tales from the Crypt, because those
Yeah.
sell for maybe not even that much, and not even close to that.
That'd be wild. Yeah.
Yeah.
And those are gorgeous pages too. I mean,
Oh,
you'd be
you
able to
kidding?
get covers.
Dude, I mean, there's nothing like at New York looking at that Vault of Horror cover in the glass,
Mhm.
seeing how it was done, how you see everything glued onto that page. It masterful, masterwork.
Mhm. So cool. But yeah, here we are with Liefeld selling out $1 million pages. So here it is, the first appearance, first full appearance of Deadpool ever. So
Yep.
there you go. Yeah, because this
Yay.
woo, $1 million, you did it.
Well, actually, no, it wasn't. Well, not just this one, but then you have the other one with Cable. So together, over $1 million. Yeah.
Oh
it's
yeah,
1 week.
easy. I mean, I love I think these pages look awesome. Would I
Yeah.
ever pay something more than like 100,000? No. I mean,
No.
even if I had the money, I don't know if I'd pay.
No, it's like I said, I'd be able to. I could justify that with a cover or two of the Vault of Horror from the 1950s or 60s.
Right.
But an interior page for that much? No, I couldn't.
And plus, who loves Deadpool enough to be like, I'll pay $1 million?
There are a lot of divorced dentists out there, so yeah.
But who love Deadpool? Like, I figured they love Batman or something, but no, I don't know.
Yeah, I don't know the
No.
cultural relevance that Deadpool will continue to have. I don't know.
Will he still have cultural relevance?
I don't know. Well,
Only time-
hey,
only
as we
time will
saw
tell.
at Heritage Auctions, and Action Comics #1 did not sell.
Like, just no one bid on it?
Yeah,
How much were they
Not-
asking? What was the starting bid?
there was a reserve, so that could have been a reason why, but it was 960,000.
What was the grade?
3.0. One sold for $1.6 million. Nobody bid on it. Nobody. It did not hit its reserve. It did not hit it, and now didn't sell at Heritage.
Interesting.
Yeah.
I wonder if that's because people do not have the money to spend, or because they just don't find the relevancy in Superman anymore.
Well, that's a big talk, like how the Superman's like it's an Action Comics #1. I mean, it's like that book should always sell, and the fact it
It's
didn't.
gold. Yeah.
Maybe they should have waited until next year when they released the trailer, getting ready for the film to come out, and maybe that it would put a better chance of selling then.
Yeah.
But
know.
even still, I feel like, yeah, Action Comics is bigger than just Superman. It's like really like the start of an era.
Yeah, it's the first he's the first superhero. It was
Yeah.
the beginning of everything. He was the granddaddy
Yeah.
of them all.
Yeah.
It's a book that anybody that is into comics wants to own.
Yeah.
Like,
or even
yeah.
just wants to look at. Like,
If
I
you're
would
into
be,
superheroes. That's it, right there.
Yeah.
That's where it
Yeah.
began.
Yep.
I would, if I just saw it in a glass case, I'd be like, damn, dude, that's it.
It was there at the Heritage booth right across from us. They had a copy right there in the case. Getting to look
Wild.
at it. Yeah,
Yeah.
it's beautiful.
Well, I have a feeling that this next cover will probably have the same cultural relevance that Action Comics #1 will have.
Oh my god, it really
That's
is.
Isom.
It's
It is fucking-
Isom.
It is fucking Isom. Oh my god.
Through a brick
Guys,
wall
look-
like Isom. Didn't Isom hit a brick wall at one point?
Oh my
I
god.
don't know. Who
no,
knows? I've forgotten everything about that series.
I think so. I'm looking this up.
He
I
fought
swear.
That guy
Isom.
outside somewhere. I thought there was something with a brick wall. I think.
I swear.
I could see that for sure. He just needs a little cross on his belt, right? Be like, Isom, oh my god. It's so funny. Thanks to Kyle for doing the good, the Lord's work with this one. He was doing the research behind the
Thanks
scenes.
to the chat for narrowing it
He
down.
hunted. He
Yeah,
hunted.
I hunted. It took me a
we
while.
hunted. So thank you, Chris. He says, "Told you." Yeah.
So we need to
Goku
show
Man, we
Eric
need-
July this. You may have to go after him.
Yeah.
What-
Let me
I
give
was
you.
gonna say,
He's
there's
like
the-
Ultimates and Marvel Comics. Let me
Oh,
give you a
here-
critique of your critique of.
Yeah,
the
it was
Ultimate-
Shane Davis's cover where he's bursting through the wall, bursting through a
There
brick
you
wall.
go.
If you pull
Oh,
Max, yeah, that was.
okay.
Or I'll see if I can send it to you.
Where's the car?
It's the only way I'd know if he's on top of the car.
It's the only scene that's culturally relevant for ISOM lore is that damn car.
Or he's on a stripper pole.
Yeah.
Like the statue.
Jack Frost says ISOM's gonna hit a brick wall eventually. Ooh.
I just sent it to you, Max.
Ooh.
Okay. All right. Thank you, sir.
Mhm.
All right. Let's see. Let's see. Oh yeah, I guess. I mean, yeah. No, they're not. I mean, they're different, but he is breaking through a brick wall.
He is breaking through a brick wall.
Oh man. See, this is more orange, but on the original ISOM cover, bro, it's this yellow.
It is.
Like it's definitely like the costume feels like it's changed over time.
Every time. Literally anybody who draws it's always different.
And it's always like, are you a black man? Are you Hispanic?
Are you 20?
Latino?
Are you 40? I don't know how fucking old you are. I know black don't crack, but Jesus Christ, I don't even know how old you are.
Oh man, ISOM number 1. You know what? Maybe I'm wrong. Maybe it's always been kind of an orange.
I guess I'm thinking of
Because
the
yeah,
lettering.
but this is the. Oh, you know what? You're right. I'm thinking of the lettering. Because the lettering makes it feel. I feel like it's a yellow suit, but it is more orange here, I guess. But yeah, it's still orangey.
I swear he fights somebody that gets thrown into a brick wall.
I mean, I could see it.
I don't want to go back and look at it, but I swear
No. You don't need to do
I
that.
really don't.
Oh, that was pretty yellow.
Yeah, this one's more yellow. Man, it's almost like what do you call that? Streisand effect,
Hmm
Mm.
The Berenstein
Me-
Bears effect. Yeah.
where you think that Shaq
the-
was in a
Oh, the Mandela effect. Yeah, where
Mandela effect, where
Yeah.
you think Shaq was in a movie called Kazam or Shazam.
or Sinbad played a yeah.
Yeah. And Sinbad's like, I never played this.
Yeah.
Stop telling me I was in this movie.
hmm
MG says he may be black, but he also might be angry. I know everything, but I'm unsure of anything about this anti-hero except he is not a detective.
Oh God.
Oh man. It's okay. All black superheroes who smash through brick walls look alike. I'm not racist, I promise. They all look the same. Whoa.
It's identical.
Yeah. Are you guys relatives? I don't know. Yeah, chat is going off tonight. Y'all are hilarious. Thank you guys. We love it. We love it. Keep it coming.
We have it.
He jumped off a brick wall to fight the big guy. We don't know how because he has powers he trained himself to use over years, but where they come from, who knows? Yeah, who knows?
Who knows? I don't.
Oh man.
As
Do
you?
Doku Man, I don't know.
Well, there you go. That's yeah. I love
Life
it.
imitating art, imitating life.
Imitating life.
Yeah.
So you want to know who imitates life in her art? Stephanie Williams.
True hero.
Speaking of black creators, yeah, let's all give one of these or some of these. Yeah.
Yeah.
So Stephanie Williams has been a blight on the comic industry, unfortunately, because we have to read her stuff every other week that she's assigned a new hero or a new book. But this article from Polygon says Stephanie Williams memes Changed superhero stories on and off the page. Do a post, make a comic, change a medium. So I will not read all of this because it is extensive.
The big takeaway to take from this is that the reason why she got hired, this is the Cliff Notes version. The reason why she got hired is because she memed well. She's got a meme game. That's how she got work at Marvel. That is how she got her work. She didn't have to try. She didn't have to slave away on books and covers for 5-10 years to finally get a backup story. No, she made a couple fucking memes and she got work at Marvel. That is Marvel. That is Marvel, and that is current day Marvel. All you gotta do is have a couple memes or call the editor in chief a racist, and boom, you get your own series. You start getting work. Low effort, low energy, low talent. This is what you get. Congratulations.
All the above. And this is like most creators at Marvel and DC now. This isn't
right
just
now. Yeah.
This isn't
This is not hyperbole. This is fact. This is what actually happened.
Yeah. And I will read the first portion of this because this tells you all you need to know. But like, Drew, you're not kidding when you mean memes. Like
it's
people
legit.
will probably
memes.
People will probably look at us and go like, wow, you guys are being racist, or like, why don't you recognize her talent or whatever? Well, because
this
she
is straight from the
literally
horse's mouth
posted
right
memes
here
on Twitter. Yeah.
Yeah.
So the Polygon article, this is an opinion piece, says the comic that propelled Stephanie Williams into the comics business looked nothing like a comic. 5 years ago, while killing time at home, the writer turned a funny story inspired by her son's passion for his dinosaur chicken restaurant. Isn't that funny? Into a Twitter thread. To explain the hilarity of trying to buy fictional food from a toddler, she posted photos of a Rocket Raccoon action figure sitting on the lid of a set of blocks. Wah, wah. To land a punchline about just how unhappy she was with the service, which took almost an hour. God,
so real quick, Max. I'm sorry, a little segue, real quick.
Yeah.
What the writer is putting in there? They're trying to be funny. They think that's funny. We're not laughing. All right.
No.
But
like, we're laughing at this because of how absurd it is.
But what is funny, and what actually I find funny, I'm trying not to laugh, is what MG is posting in the chats about the document comments from the actual cards. Those are funny.
That's
because they're fucking stupid.
They're
real. Yeah, that's legit funny. What the writers here, what Stephanie Williams posted, like, this is shit. This is not funny. This is it is low effort. Marvel modern day. It's low effort, low energy, low pay. Congratulations.
Low IQ more than anything.
Oh yeah.
Like it's like handicapped level of
this ice cream for the mentally handicapped. Is what this is. I know that sounds mean, but really that's what this is.
No, we'll read a couple quotes from her in just a minute, and you'll go, oh, okay, no, she really does have a learning disability. So, but she says to land a punchline about just how unhappy she was with the service, which took almost an hour, she peppered in photos and reaction gifs from reality TV series. The thread immediately blew up, but one reply stood out. Why wasn't she plugging this energy directly into actual comics?
I see no energy from what they posted. It's they're trying.
Yeah. It wasn't just comic fans who noticed Williams' tweets. There's a whole Twitter thread where Jean told Storm to faint so she could use her PTO. Isn't that funny? Recalls artist O'Neill Jones, who would go on to be one of Williams' earliest comic book collaborators. I wanted that in comic form so bad. All right. Kyle's just confused right now.
I still don't understand the whole beginning paragraph.
So
I don't understand it.
Stephanie posted, so Stephanie posted a Twitter thread of like action figures and Rocket Raccoon. And then people thought that was so funny that they were like, you should write comics.
Is it? What is it though? What is it? Is there a fucking picture? This guy's trying to, or I assume it's a gay guy talking about this because only a gay guy would write like that. What the fuck is it? Like, you're trying to describe a meme. Just show us the fucking meme, you piece of shit. I don't know what the
There
fuck
it
you're
is.
talking about.
That's
This
what he's
is it?
talking about.
This high art here, it took you a whole paragraph to discern what this is.
This is art, Kyle. This is art.
This.
He says, Stephanie Williams, back in 2019, she goes, my husband and I made the mistake of going to our child's restaurant for date night. The waiter keeps coming back saying our food will be ready in 15 minutes. It's been 60. The whole Paw Patrol crew came in after us, ate, didn't even pay, and then left. Isn't that funny?
No, it's not.
We finally get our meals. We had to ask for plates, by the way. This don't look like dinosaur chicken to me. Was she looking for fried chicken or dinosaur chicken?
And then, so somebody out of all of this said, hey, you should write Marvel comics.
Yes. Yes.
So because of this post, out of the 3,000 people that liked this, they said you should write for Marvel Comics. I know, stunning and brave. She's a trailblazer.
Okay. If this was a white dude, would anybody give a fuck? If I did this, my son does all this stupid shit all the fucking time, every night, and I don't post anything because nobody gives a shit. But it's like, even if I did, nobody would care, and they shouldn't care because it's stupid. Yeah. Only I should care, and my wife should care because it's our son. Nobody else should give a fuck. So it's just like, that's what that is. Why do people care? If it wasn't a black woman, would anybody care?
If she were handicapped, or gay and Asian, or probably Indian.
So if it was a white dude, nobody would care, though. Yeah. Or should care. Nobody should care anyway, but
no.
What 3,000 people look at that and be like, that's funny?
Apparently there's 3,000 special people on Twitter and now Blue Sky who like this.
Yeah.
Not only did they say that was funny, they said you should write for one of the most prestigious, well-known comic book companies of all time.
Yeah, and we'll give you all these amazing characters that have all this lore and backstory that everyone have adored for decades. Here you go.
Crazy.
It just shows you that Marvel is officially a company that focuses on DEI and not MEI. Merit, excellence, and intelligence. What they should be focusing on, not DEI. And it just shows you why the quality of Marvel has gone into the shitter. Case in point, right here.
It's the bigotry of low expectations, right?
Yes.
I mean, they have zero expectations for this woman. They literally treat her as if she has learning disabilities because they just go, oh, you're diverse. So why would we hold you to any set standard or make you write good comic books or anything?
And because this individual is there and they have such low standards, why would someone who is actually trying, who would love to be there, want to be there when you have these jackasses or jabronis lowering the bar? Why would I want to be amidst them? Why would I want to be associated with that? I wouldn't.
When you could be doing your own thing, yeah.
Exactly.
The article goes on to say 5 years after her streak of viral posts, the 36-year-old Williams is a professional comics writer with work spanning Marvel, DC, and mainstream book publishers. Her meme-friendly storytelling didn't just pave the way for a new career. In that short span of time, the writer has shaped mainstream superhero stories too.
Or Williams introduction, I would say.
That's round as a shape.
Yes, it is.
Williams' introduction to comics came extremely offline. At a Dollar Tree in her hometown of Chicago, she found a collection of Hagar the Horrible, which opened her young mind to the joy of cartooning. Soon she was voraciously reading Calvin and Hobbes, Family Circle, and Kathy, making sure she was the first to get to the Sunday funnies each week. Was it MG or was it Jack Frost? He does mention that Calvin and Hobbes, amazing book, beautifully written, super fun, right? but like zero of those other influences, what he's saying is that she mentions are comic books or like floppy single issues. They're more comic strips. Um, I don't know. Do you guys family circle, Kathy? I mean,
these are stuff. This is stuff you see in the newspaper, or if people are still reading the newspaper, I don't know. Probably not. This is what it would be in the newspaper in the comics section, like 1, 2, 3 panel strips, and it'd just be like a pun, at the end, it'd be like manap, 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 manap.
Yeah.
And it's like, but how does that fucking translate to doing Batman or Spider-Man or Batgirl? It doesn't at all.
Yeah.
Two completely different sports.
Oh yeah. She also talks about like how she discovered Archie in a grocery store line, another pivotal milestone. I love how accessible they were as a consumer and as a new comic reader. I was able to dive right in the world of Riverdale. The slice of life stories appealed to the budding romance genre lover in me at the time. Williams says,
I hate that shit.
Well, yeah. Her love of Archie eventually opened the door to Marvel's Bronze Age stories, which had all the messy drama of Riverdale, but the characters were in tights. Good one.
And there was actual legit action.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So I wanted to read this last thing. So this was like a tweet that got like 16 likes or something, but
That's
this
viral.
actually, that's
Whoa.
viral. That's
Whoa.
that's a viral meme right there. But she says having Jean Grey as a roommate means you need to be ready to sublet at any given moment. The Phoenix eats planets. It doesn't pay bills.
What?
It's just hilarious. Just hilarious. This tweet turned into a comic. So her tweet of that was what created Living Heroes. Because someone reached out to her and they're like, wouldn't it be funny if Jean Grey and Storm were, autistic lesbian like girlfriends? And then they created Living Heroes, which is just a slice of life for, women who live together. So, and this was her first book. So
you see, the problem is, okay, so here's the thing. Marvel back in the day, 90s, 80s, 70s, they would have books like this. They would exist, but they'd be low print runs and they wouldn't be put to the push to the front displaying this is who we are. They would be 1 or 2s like here and there now and then. But the problem is now Marvel is pushing us to the front, saying like, yeah, this is Marvel now. This is what we are. This is hip and now and wow. And she's at the front of it. It's like, no, do not do this. You are committing seppuku by doing this.
Yeah.
Don't do it.
She also met another woman who helped out. And Williams says, after losing it over her X-Men tweets, Jones, who's the other woman, connected with the with the writer during the semi-annual Drawing While Black #, event on Twitter. The two hit it off and soon collaborated on But What If Though? But What If Though? A webcomic that reimagined popular superheroes through Williams' specifically Black, queer, and hilarious lens.
Hilarious is very subjective.
But queer is also subjective because didn't she say she had a husband?
Is she actually black?
I don't know.
Is this a husband in like name only? Or is this a lawful? Is this actually through? Is it legal husband or?
Yeah. The last thing I wanted to read here though was fascinating and really just gets you into the mind of someone who has a room temperature IQ. But it's
clearly
down here.
It's clearly not there by merit.
No.
Does not exist in their vocabulary.
And if that room temperature is very cold.
Yeah. Williams has her own dramaturgical. Sorry, I had a stroke there for a second. Dramaturgical rules for crafting viral memes or fan edits. Number 1, never punch down. There have been plenty of times where I've seen something that was low-hanging fruit and I knew that it would go viral, but I simply did not want to do it.
How is what she's doing not low-hanging fruit? How is any of what she's doing not low-hanging fruit? This is the very definition of low-hanging fruit.
Well, she's not smart enough to know what low-hanging fruit is. She's a fucking retard. You don't even know what that is.
Just wait. She goes, so Charles Xavier, for instance, is a wheelchair user, right? And he's
Sure.
also bald. And these are things that you could easily punch down on, right? But that's not what makes him terrible. He's just a horrible person.
What?
What?
That's not what makes him terrible. What?
I'm sorry, Professor Charles Xavier, the man who has wanted human mutant rights for decades, the man who put together the school for mutants,
A safe
so that he could
haven,
train them, a safe haven for them. He's a horrible person. Hang on a second.
What? Wait, what? That's not what makes him terrible.
What makes him terrible?
What? Yeah.
Does anything make him terrible?
But
It's
why
not
would
like
they
it's not like he's forcing these kids to be there. It's not like he's forcing them to be X-Men or forcing them to
Also,
Free
don't
will.
all these, like, SJW activist comic book writers, don't they all love to say how X-Men is an allegory for civil rights, and then Charles Xavier is like the MLK of their movement?
Yeah, and how
Right?
Stan Lee and Jack Kirby never intended that in the first place.
Exactly.
So when I think of bald and in a wheelchair, I don't assume that they're a terrible person, but she
No.
does.
But
that's not what makes him, but that's not what makes him terrible.
Yeah, that's a little weird that you think that, Stephanie.
Why did you jump there?
That you're looking at this bald man in a wheelchair and that you're like, man, he's just a horrible, horrible person. He's a monster.
That's not what makes you terrible. What makes you terrible is this other thing, but that doesn't help the fact that you're bald and in a wheelchair. What?
So here's the part that really got me, though, because she's all about, I don't punch down. I would never punch down. That's so mean. I love my marginalized people. But she goes, so my jokes about him always revolve. I mean, I guess she makes like meme jokes about him.
Wait, whoa. She didn't mention jokes at all. Like, never punch. Like, this whole time, she wasn't discussing jokes, though, in this paragraph. I didn't assume she was writing jokes. He's just a horrible person. But that's funny to you, then? So my jokes are him being a horrible person?
Isn't that just hilarious?
I don't know. This sounds like you're just being malicious for no reason.
Yeah, that's for sure. MG says, Max, just stop. Just stop while you're at it. Yeah. Cajun says, Xavier is a hero. I'm a normie, and even I know that.
Sorry.
No, you're good. I was reading someone else. MG says, wheelchair bound, bad white cis man, worst thing on the planet. Am I right? $1 million deal. I can't put into words how much this story enrages me. The big two are a joke now, says Rye Guy. No, 100%, man. That's why this whole article is just it just showcases the deplorable actions of these companies that care nothing for these heroes or for these stories or for the men and women that came before, who have created a cavalcade of heroic tales and legends that have, stood the test of time. But no, we're getting memed on because she wants to dunk on the chuds and make Twitter posts. And isn't that slice of life, queer, lesbian, trans, disabled stories?
It's important.
Because everyone loves that.
All those two people. Yep.
Yeah. Jack says, didn't they make Xavier a villain in a recent storyline? Like, it turned out he wanted to kill everyone. I don't know. Ask Wes. Yeah, Wes would know. I don't know.
I would say in the age of was it the Onslaught stuff, the Age of Apocalypse, when Xavier and Magneto merged to make a Onslaught. That was when he was evil. But we can't forget that the X-Men became evil, isolationist, segregationist psychos during the Age of Krakoa and everything.
Despite X-Men Green, that book that was like the most heinous, hateful, spiteful junk I've ever read. This may be a hot take, gentlemen, but I think the current X-Men titles are worse than Krakoa.
Ooh.
Yeah, I would say
it's tough to say. It's bad.
Yeah, I would say that's fair because there's no through like a solid through line in all the
Yeah.
books.
Yeah.
And there's no solid footing, unlike, because they're trying to have it both ways. That they do still reflect on the Krakoa stuff because they want to be back in Krakoa. They love Krakoa, but at the same time, they're not in Krakoa. And they say they moved on from that. It's like, who's a fucking lane? Come on.
Yeah.
You know, either it was bad or it was good. Come on. I would say it was bad. You guys move beyond that, but they're trying to have it both ways. And they can't move beyond it. Trying to appeal to those two fans. Probably the Williams
two
fans.
fans. Yeah.
Definitely Williams fans.
So here's the last sentence, and just to reiterate, just to make sure everyone's on the same page, she doesn't want to punch down. All right,
Okay.
so that's the whole reason for this paragraph. So this last sentence, she says, "So my jokes about him always revolve around that, and never the fact that he uses a wheelchair. I do be calling him a bald-headed hoe, but he is one." So
Well,
she
you do
does
punch down.
recognize.
Well, I
She
do
does
recognize that he
recognize
does get a lot of
his,
ass. He does get a lot of ass for being a
I mean, yeah, he might be a hoe
Yeah.
because all the ladies do love Professor Xavier.
between Xavier and Daredevil. I'm trying to figure out who gets more ass. They do pretty
Wolverine
well.
gets with a lot of women too. I mean,
Well,
they
he
love
used
that
to,
man.
but a lot of them
Yeah.
wind up being gay now, just like Spider-Man's girlfriend. Yeah.
But yeah, this seems odd how she's like, I would never joke about his wheelchair. I would never punch down on someone. But he is bald though, so I do be making him I do be making fun of him and in his bald ass head though. Because he's a bald headed hoe. But he is the one. It's like,
Oh, it's
what?
because she isn't funny. She isn't talented because it can be done funnily enough. Well, because
Sure.
if you watch the film Horrible Bosses, the scene with Colin Farrell,
Oh
he's
yeah,
talking
that
to
is,
I forget what the one comedian's name who was on SNL. He's talking to him like, "I want you to fire this guy, that Professor Xavier looking guy. Want him out of here."
Oh yeah, that's right.
He creeps me out. So it can be done well.
That is funny. Yeah.
Rolling around in his special little chair.
Can we just talk about the range of Colin Farrell going from
I
Bullseye
know.
to Horrible Bosses to the
To
Penguin, bro? Like, oh my god.
From Bullseye to
to-
Horrible
yeah,
Bosses to
mhm.
this, yeah.
Exactly. But yeah, no. So the thing is, she's the reason why I find this fascinating is that she's like, I'm never going to punch down. But if you're bald, I really don't care. But baldness, you can't help that. Like if you're a white man, a black man, you could be an Asian female for all I know, and you could start losing your hair and be bald. But no, she doesn't want to punch down, right? It's just the hypocrisy of her trying to be like, oh no, I'd never punch down if I'm making a joke.
Well,
But that
she
bald head
brings it up. So Charles Xavier, for instance, is a wheelchair user, and he's also bald. These are things that you can easily punch down on, right? Who the fuck says punching down on somebody because they're bald? Like, you brought that up, you stupid bitch.
She's the
Like,
one who's like, oh yeah,
Nobody
I'd punch
thinks
down
that.
on him.
You're the
Not
one
just-
who thinks that.
But how often was George's baldness poked fun at on Seinfeld? And
Yeah.
how often was it hilarious?
Right.
Actually, it's funny that you mentioned that because last night I watched the episode where George orders the Chinese cream and he has the cowboy hat on, and Kramer goes, "You stink. You stink
Make you grow hair like Stalin.
like Stalin." He's like, are there any side effects? Impotence.
Impotence.
Impotence. It's like, oh, what? He found a relative over there. Kind of an expensive
Kind of an
call,
expensive
buddy.
call.
Yeah. God, that was a good episode. And then they find out that Elaine was the one who left the message.
Yeah.
I want to wrap my tongue around you like a snake. Well, I mean, that's the story of Stephanie Williams. I mean, do we need to say anything more?
I will say
this is
one last
pathetic.
thing about this.
Oh yeah.
The Marvel and DC comics of our youth, the ones that we showed earlier that produced that beautiful Gambit issue,
Yeah.
or this Ghost Rider omnibus, the Marvel of the 1991, they would have laughed this woman out of the office. It would have been like that scene from American Psycho when Patrick Bateman's trying to reserve a table at Dorsia. You know, at last minute, you have and the guy in the other line, and the line is just laughing his ass off for such a request. That what Marvel would have been doing if she had requested to have a job at Marvel. They would have been laughing her out of the office. get the fuck out of here and don't let the door
Yeah.
hit you where the good Lord split you.
Yep.
Yeah.
Should be. This is why women aren't funny. And that's okay because
And,
they
and
don't need to
well,
be.
hey, you know, John Belushi famously said that women generally are not funny.
Mm.
And they don't and they shouldn't be. They don't have to be. Men have to be to get women.
Yeah, that's true. Oh man, I love. Speaking of men being funny, Fiend says, "Didn't Chris Rock get slapped for this?"
Oh yeah, G.I. Jane. Yeah, what's her
G.I.
name?
Jane,
Yeah.
G.I. Jane, and everyone's like, "She has alopecia." It's like, what?
Huh?
Huh?
So what? She looks like a fucking alien. So what?
Yeah, her bald head is funny. I don't know.
Funny.
Looks like she should be on Star Trek. Yeah.
Yeah.
Oh no, guys, it's punching down. Sorry, that's punching down because it wasn't her choice, right? Because she had to shave her head for that.
Her body, not her choice. Got it.
Yeah, right. Her body that she had sex with all those other men with instead of Will Smith.
Yeah.
Literally everybody but him.
Oh,
yeah.
Sorry. One other thing about I just realized. Oh yeah, she did those shitty Nubia comics in the Amazon Trial of the Amazon shit from like 2 years ago.
Yep.
Oh yeah.
Unreadable. Utter
Wait.
garbage.
Yep.
Drew, you didn't like that they welcomed trans women onto Themyscira because on an island that's only women.
Women. Yeah.
Yeah.
No.
That trans women are women too, that they're on Themyscira, right?
Makes sense.
That's not.
There's a reason why it's getting memory hold and no one wants to remember it because it doesn't work. It's garbage. Yeah. She is garbage. Her work is garbage. She should not be anywhere near comic books.
Yeah.
I just can't imagine when you get pages from her that are nothing but memes that aren't funny. Are those her scripts? Oh, hey, where's that page one? Oh, so I did this funny meme the other day. It's like, no. What page one though? No, it is. Here's this meme. It's really funny.
Yeah,
that's
I posted it on my Twitter. Yeah,
you didn't see that? That knee slapper. It's like, what?
Yeah. Yeah. Well, there you go, gentlemen. This is what creates Marvel artists now and writers. This is Marvel material. Marvel and DC are hiring people who post pictures and make memes now. So
that's all you gotta say. This is current modern day Marvel. Do you honestly want to work for this?
This is it is a plate of a Hot Wheels monster car and a like Funko Pop Rocket Ratu.
You know, and honestly, a great look. I mean, I know but one thing I do a great parallel to this is back in 1992 or 3 when David Letterman finally had his chance to host the Tonight Show. When he was going to get the Tonight Show, there was a window. There's a small window in time when Jay Leno, his numbers weren't good, and they were honestly considering bringing on David Letterman to be the host of the Tonight Show. They're gonna make him an offer, but it was all a big maybe and everything. Ultimately, David said no because the people told him, like, look, the Tonight Show you wanted, it's gone, it's done.
Oh, wow.
You know, Jay Leno's been taken over now. The show you would inherited is it just a memory? It's gone. It's done. And you would have stabbed a friend in the back at the same time by taking over the show. And he had to be talked out of it because that show it's gone. Like me, it's like for as much as I would love to work for Marvel or DC, they're gone. Those days are gone. And I got to be reminded, like, no, the Marvel and DC I wanted, they don't exist anymore.
I mean, I hate to keep, kind of.
People may think I'm exaggerating. No, this is true. This is legitimately true.
I hate to hit the point home even more so of, failing upwards, but the new Superman writer is allegedly going to be Dan Slott. So to reiterate your point, Drew, the Marvel and DC that we once knew is kind of no more. So in our next news story, Dan Slott to write Superman for DC Comics in 2025. Dan Slott rumored to write Superman for DC, ending Marvel exclusivity. Slott previously wrote Scooby-Doo, Batman, and more for DC over 20 years ago. Slott was approached by DC in 2013 to write Superman and Batman. He might join DC's Superman Superstars initiative after creators like Jason Aaron. Now, DC's Superman Superstars, that is in Action Comics. Is that right? Or
Yeah, I think it's where they're letting the quote unquote superstars have like little short stories or like little anthology stories, like one shots
that's
in
right.
Action Comics. And I swear, I almost wrecked my car when I was driving when I saw this.
Oh my God.
I was driving, I was going through a roundabout. I almost, because I don't know if you have roundabouts out there in California where you're at, Max, but
Mhm.
roundabouts here, like I almost didn't miss, I almost barely missed a car that was coming my way going through a roundabout because I saw this. I'm like, no fucking way.
Yeah.
And it just, my stomach sank. So I am terrified.
Well, you can rest assured that Slot is coming all over DC. So
Yep. And he'll be coming late also. Not putting
yeah.
out books on time. Everything else.
And
like,
Oh my
having,
God.
having Christos Gage finishing his books for him.
Yeah.
Yep.
Oh my God. I'd imagine Christos Gage comes with him over to DC.
Oh, we're
because-
saying it now. Okay, please tell me someone like someone recorded this so we can
Yeah,
pull it
oh,
up
yeah.
later.
Well, that's the thing is like if you guys have ever watched the I forget the documentary, but it was basically inside the world of Marvel.
Oh, yeah, the 616.
Mhm.
Yeah, there you go. Yeah, thank you. And there's an entire like scene where Dan is just on Twitter and he's like, I really should be doing work right now. He's like joking and laughing and hands all his
And-
stuff in late.
And Tom
Yeah.
Brevoort is even saying it in the video, how
Yeah.
unreliable he is and how late he
Yeah.
is. And people, when that video came out, people were justifiably saying, like, you mean to tell me they're letting this asshole to keep getting work, even though he's unreliable, and there are other people who are probably much more reliable than he is who would love to work there at Marvel? It just goes to show you, just rewarding assholes. And it's just a good old boy system there.
Yeah,
Yep.
crazy, man.
Mhm.
Getting the sloppy seconds over there. MG says Superman is selling too many copies. How do we completely destroy it to make Absolute Batman or Absolute Superman the best? Dan Slott.
This is case in point. This is exactly what happened when during the DC Rebirth era, when you had great teams on Action and Superman. They were doing fantastic.
Mm.
And then what do you do? What's the brainchild they do? They bring in fucking Brian Michael Bendis, and they immediately set those sales on fire.
Yeah.
You know, it's like, you know what? We don't give a shit. We got Bendis, you know, and those sales, poof, swiftly disappear and go away. That is what's going to happen here.
Bendis is coming, man. Bendis is
I
coming.
get,
And now,
you know what
and now
this
Slott
brilliant
is
idea is going to be? You know what brilliant idea is going to be? We're going to have a superverse, a Superman verse. You know, we're going to have Superman from different universes. We're going to have a multiverse Superman.
oh my God.
Mhm.
That's never been done before.
Smart.
No.
Isn't that lovely? Hmm?
Supermen's is lots of
Yeah.
Supermen's.
And we'll get it like a Superboy. Remember, you know, like Spider Boy, we have a Superboy.
Yeah, there you go.
That's
Now,
not been done.
Mm.
Dan Slott, it's like, okay, failing upward, right? It's not offensive to me. This next creator, this next writer who has been announced for Superman, he's written him once before, actually a couple times before, but in different titles. And this interesting person comes from the world of Hollywood. And this may be, I don't think he's writing the actual main Superman title, but I do know that this will be somewhere in the near future. But the second person to be writing Superman here coming up is, oh shoot, why am I blanking on his name? John Ridley. John Ridley, who we all know is the writer of 12 Years a Slave.
And wrote Superman getting sexually tortured in the
Yeah.
Superman Red and Blue story.
That is
And wrote the
correct.
other history of the DC universe where he painted every white character as a racist and bigot.
That is also correct. Not only did he write Superman getting abused
Uh-huh.
And sexually assaulted.
here,
Actually.
yes,
Yeah.
and sexually assaulted by his captors because he was on a planet with red sun or like without sun, and so he was
He
you know,
crash
without his
landed.
powers.
He was flying over a country that had like a red sun emitter or some bullshit device that depowered him, and he crash landed, and yeah, he was
Right.
killed prisoner there, and sexually tortured.
Yeah, they did things to me while I was forced to look at
Mhm.
him. Well, yeah. They did things to me. All right. So this is John Ridley. Now, Drew, you also mentioned the other history of the DC universe. Not only did he just write every white character as like, irredeemable, but he actually had Superman not saving the individuals of the lower income neighborhoods.
Yeah.
Because that would be, that is just racist for him to do. Just
because that's who John Ridley is. He's a race hustler. He's not the top of the list. He's not a Al Sharpton or a Joy Reid, but he's like probably middle to lower rung. He's right below them, with his race hustling, and he's a one note writer, just like Ta-Nehisi Coates.
He's definitely up there, but you're right. This guy grifts off of the race hustle, and it's gotten pretty bad at this point. So much so that Matt Walsh had actually his documentary, kind of exposing the race hustlers, really shed some light on the people who are just absolute degenerates, and that they are lying and cheating their way to hundreds of millions of dollars. And John Ridley is one of them. So he wrote Superman. He wrote the other history of the DC universe. He wrote 12 Years a Slave, but he also wrote the next Batman. Do you guys remember that series? That Batman
sucked.
series, he was like, you know what? I'm going to write Batman. What's something interesting that I could do? Make him black. Because he has no other interesting, concepts. So,
and one thing I loved saying about that, I love bringing up, because no one ever had an answer for it. Because no one knows. I loved asking. I brought it up on Wes's channel initially when this series came on. I'm like, okay, why is he Batman? Why?
That's a great question.
Yeah. No one's ever been able to have an answer.
It's the same question that we asked when, Boomhauer Punisher, when, what's his name? Who's the writer? David Pepose.
Yeah, Pepose. Yeah,
David Pepose. He was writing the old Punisher, the Poontangisher, and we just kept asking, why are you Punisher? What is your motivation? What is driving you to become this thing? And we couldn't answer it. There's zero motivation or passion or purpose for any of it.
Yeah, I don't really see you wanting to punish people. I'm not getting that vibe here.
Yeah, I don't get that you are passionate about what you do.
No.
Well, you know what? We've had a lot of crappy stories, so let's end our news segment with some good stories, some good news here. We gotta lighten the mood a little bit, because we also got some comics that we got to go over, like Ice Cream Man that was miserable. So I'm going to share this. Wolverine, Deadpool, Cable, and more assemble in deadly new strike force in Weapon X-Men. Now, Drew, as you alluded to earlier, Marvel is never going to be the same Marvel that we know and love, right? That is a thing of the past. It's just like the Lord of the Rings franchise. We'll never get something like that ever again in our lives. But you get glimpses of hope, and you get glimpses like this where you go, you know what, maybe this is going to be pretty good. Because there have been books that have come out within the past, year or two. Conan, what else? Transformers, that have really changed the game for comic books. And I don't know, Weapon X might be that, because it's coming from Joe Casey. It says, meet all different Weapon X-Men. Joe Casey is back in the world of X-Men and all together with acclaimed artist Chris Cross. The celebrated X-Men scribe will introduce the toughest squad of mutants ever assembled. The new X title launching in February with an extra-sized first issue. Now,
so real quick, Chris Cross. This is the Chris Cross from the band Chris Cross, as in I Missed the Bus. Chris Cross.
Okay, right.
He's been an artist at Marvel and DC going back to the 90s. He's a good artist.
Yeah, this looks good.
He's all right. He's not as detailed as he used to be. I'll say that. He's much quicker and everything. You get older. If you're not as delicate or not as detailed as he used to be, which is fine. Like, as you can see right there, his pages are okay. They're good. So I'm hoping we get the action. I'm really, because I do like Joe Casey. He is a great writer. He did a great Savage Spider-Man. I did enjoy that. I'm really, really hoping we get the action in this. If there's enough energy as there is in that cover right there by Alex Ross, I should in theory enjoy this. But what's even funnier is that they don't really they're not advertising this really. They're not promoting this.
No.
This on paper, buried.
Yeah. On paper, this should be good. But you know why they're burying this is because it's coming out during an event, which I don't know too many first issues of a series that like is during an event. So the event is going to be One World Under Doom, but it kind of already sets this up for failure because of the fact that it's coming out and it's like the storyline is going to be following a Marvel event. I don't know.
I think actually the first New Warriors from the 1990s, the one by Fabian and Mark Bagley, that first issue, I think that came out during Acts of Vengeance. I think, but I could be wrong. But yeah, it's very rare for a number one to come out during the middle of an event. But I think this is gonna be like a year-long event, the One World Under Doom. I think that's what they're doing. But it's kind of like how Dark Reign was like a year-long thing, and the Siege was a year-long thing. So I think it's gonna be like a year-long thing. We're gonna see.
Oh my god!
I think.
Whew. All right. Are we locking this in?
No.
Oh, okay.
You can't lock this in. You can't lock anything from Marvel in.
No hope.
No.
I
would lock something in from Marvel before
I am.
DC.
I've got hope for this one. I do. Right. This one book. I will lock this one in.
All right. Drew's locking in Weapon X-Men. I'm very hesitant. Hesitant.
I don't blame you for being so, and I don't blame Kyle for not locking it in. You know, because we've been bitten, God knows how many times at this point with with our hopes being shat in our face.
Yeah.
You know, how many times have we been Charlie Brown with Lucy pulling away the football from us?
Yeah, for real, right?
Mm-hmm.
But like I said, this is kind of good news because Joe Casey deserves a win. Marvel deserves a win. We as readers deserve a win, and we're hoping that this is the thing that we can get. So.
We as fans, buyers, collectors deserve a win from Marvel.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
And then I won't read this, but I will recommend subscribing to Joe Casey's Substack because this is a huge article or basically like a blog post that he wrote. For real this time, despite my resume having written Superman, the Hulk, Avengers, Iron Man, the X-Men, and other IP owned by Marvel and DC, I haven't really considered myself to be a mainstream comic book writer for quite a while now. But he kind of talks about the process of writing Weapon X-Men and what he's excited for, and you're going to get some pages and stuff like that. But yeah, man, his Substack is pretty cool, and I would recommend that chat if you guys want, go check it out. So I don't think it's like Blue Sky though.
Mm.
And then the last thing I'll mention is if you guys have not watched this fan film, I would highly recommend it. If any of y'all watch the old school Batman Beyond animated series with Kevin Conroy as the voice of Batman, I would highly recommend y'all check this out. This was sick. So it's clearly not to the level of like a big budget $1 billion movie or whatever, but it has the heart, it has the passion, it has the love that you really want from a fan-made film. So did you guys have you guys heard of this or have you seen this yet? Or
I have not. Yeah. I've seen bits and pieces of it. I will say the other fan film I saw was one that Kyle shared with us. I watched it almost got me to tears.
Star Trek?
Yes, that one. Oh, I fucking loved it. Loved it.
Oh my gosh, bro. Yeah. Talk about reverence for characters.
You want to talk about being Star Trek. That was Star Trek. And that is the first real Star Trek thing I have enjoyed since probably the Next Generation. Yeah. And I
team they got together for that, the reverence, of the time and effort they put in.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah.
No, I looked that Star Trek was now I tried to actually pull that up for our stream tonight, but I could not find the hidden link or the unlisted link. I tried the one that you had sent, Kyle, in our text
Mhm.
thread, and it was privated, or it was like taken down or something.
Oh, interesting.
Wow.
So I got to see if I can find the original
I
link,
wonder if
or I don't know if that was the one, but
I
don't know.
wonder if Paramount went after him.
No, because they had a deal with Shat. They had a deal with
Interesting.
William Shatner. Yeah. William
Interesting.
Shatner did the facial expression acting, and then they had another guy come in to do the body
Wow.
level. So, but gosh dang, man, talk about something that hits you in the feels, that it
Yeah,
just really speaks to the fans.
It felt like watching. What if Terrence Malick had done a Star Trek film? That's what
Yeah.
it felt like I was watching. It was great. It's like I watch it, like, this feels like Star Trek. This
Yeah.
looks like Star Trek. This is what it should be. It's not fucking
Yeah.
complicated.
Yeah, R&B described it as like, what if like 2001 was a version of this, like Star Trek
Oh,
Yes.
wow, yeah.
2001. It's like, yeah, and it's good. It's like, it's what Star Trek Generations kind of like should have been, almost like in a sense, like
Yeah, because it
all
picks
the
up, it
faults
shows
with that
elements.
film.
Yeah, it shows elements from Star Trek Generations.
Yeah.
In it. Yeah.
Take like the good parts out of Generations.
Yeah.
But so yeah, in terms of fan films, go check out. This is Batman Beyond Year One fan film by Loomis Entertainment. And then if you guys can find the Star Trek one, what was it called? It was like a number or something, right? Or it was
Yeah, that was a reference to, I forget what deck, or it was a number to call for somebody. I can't remember what the.
But yeah, it's fantastic. If you're as old as Kyle and I, when you watched a lot of the Star Trek movies and shows, it's gonna hit you right in the feels, you know.
Yeah.
And because they nailed it, absolutely nailed it.
765-874.
7655309.
It's from Otoy, OTOY.
Otoy.
The company.
Yeah,
it's amazing. It's like I can't drive home enough like how it was 12 minutes, a 12-minute,
yeah, 12 minutes
short. Yeah. They got so much right in 12 minutes as compared to everything from what J.J. Abrams and Bad Reboot have done since 2007. Everything those 12 minutes, it has leaps and bounds above everything that they've done. Yeah. I can't stress that enough.
Seeing Kirk and old, I mean, just everything, the facial expressions, everything. Just, oh my god, like, it's giving me goosebumps. Like,
just having Kirk see his different iterations. I'm like, this is Star Trek. I love it. Yeah. You see the different. You see Spock in different time points. I loved it. It's just so much so right about it.
And what felt like what was really special about it is it wasn't just like, look, it's Captain Kirk from his original outfit. I remember that. It wasn't just member berries for the sake of that. You could tell by the facial expressions, like they recognized each other in that space, like he's like, I know you, right? And we're going like, we have been with you too, like we recognize you as well. And it felt, and then when he sees, I know R&B had talked about it, but he sees what is potentially supposed to be Spock's son, right, behind what's her name, and he has this facial expression of like,
yeah, I think that's supposed to be, was that supposed to be Saavik, or
Saavik?
Is it
Saavik? And that just that mirror, and there's like no script, right? There's no dialogue, and it's all told in the facial expressions. Like just bravo.
Yeah.
So gosh dang good. But yeah, I think independent production companies and like fan films, if that could be the way of the future, that would be so rad. So
right, and the reverence of bringing in the original actor, being okay with, I'm gonna, we're gonna mocap some of this, we're gonna use prosthetic for some, a new actor, we're gonna bring them all in here, we're gonna get your blessing. And I think it was meant for Apple's like Oculus VR.
Oh,
headset.
really?
I think that was kind of the point of this, like to be seen through that kind of headset, physical, VR type system was what I was reading about, and that was kind of the point. But like, to have all that reverence, it's not just pulling up like, oh, let's just bring this character back from the dead. Let's get Humphrey Bogart in here and just do some piece of shit CGI'd Grand Moff Tarkin or something. Like, just no reverence at all. It's like, just slap him in here and who cares? It's like, no, this was actually made with love and there was a point to it. Like, let's have a point and a reason why we're doing this.
To say goodbye.
Yeah.
Right?
That was because we did just like in the Star Wars films, we never got to see our characters say goodbye. In this, they did it. They actually did it. We got to see Kirk and Spock saying goodbye. It's like it was beautifully done.
And there's a bit of a meta, poignant and nuanced take on this, because you could also say that we as the fans are saying goodbye to these characters, right? Because we may not see them again like this, and
I never see them again like that.
No, yeah. Now, your boy Zach had a hot take. He said there was no purpose to it, and it was just a bunch of member berries. And I was like, "Oh, come on, man!
No, that's wrong.
What are we doing?"
That's wrong.
But I think he was just trying to be a contrarian because Drinker liked it.
Yes,
so Critical Drinker was like, "Oh yeah, it's like
now
great,
if this film had been like, we're gonna redo scenes from Star Trek II: Wrath of Khan or Voyage Home, it's like, okay, yeah, you got your member berries. I'll give you that. This was not member berries at all.
No. Again, there was a point to it.
Right. And that was the thing. It was like, I think anyone who says, oh, there's no point to this other than just like fanboys, like being like, oh, look, it's member berries. I think you missed the point of the story that is really as simple as saying goodbye. Like that's the theme. That's the underlying theme. And it's so, it has so much more passion put into it than anything that we've seen in a while. So.
Since 2007. Since J.J. Abrams, since Bad Reboot took over, this is the best.
And what's interesting is I never really felt that, like, because how a soundtrack swells and it tries to do most of the heavy lifting of like to make you feel like, oh, this is the emotional part, right? I felt that the soundtrack was well done enough to where it wasn't like you're supposed to feel sad now. Like I was so much more focused.
It was subtle,
Kirk. Yeah.
It was subtle. Like I said, it's similar to a Terrence Malick film in that sense, where the music and everything is very subtle. It's not going to be emotionally manipulative with the music. Now you see, if they had played like the score heavily, that's member berries right there. Right. He would have a good argument for that too. But no, the score and everything is done very subtly, very rarely when you heard it, and gotta give them all the credit in the world for it. And like Kyle said, it had a point, had a purpose, and they nailed it in 12 minutes.
Bravo. Yep. Bravo. Should have put Furiosa in it to get old Richard on board.
It would help.
Later, Cajun. Have a great night, brother. Good luck to your Tigers. Go Tigers this weekend, buddy. Good luck. Yeah, it's gonna be tough. Who's LSU playing again?
Vandy.
Vandy. Who you guys got?
Vandy.
LSU's a shell of what they were.
Garbage. Garbanzo beans. They're not doing too hot, so I'm going to take Vandy as well. Sorry, Cajun. We love you, man, but not this year. Not your year. That's all right.
Not for a while.
You don't think they got a good run of recruits coming in next year?
If they got the money for it, we'll see.
I mean, not since they brought in Brian Kelly, and not until they fired his ass. I mean, I think if they get rid of Brian Kelly, they might stand a chance.
Speaking of firing coaches, when are they going to get rid of the Cowboys coach? I mean,
at the end of this year,
or Jerry
contract. So
why is Jerry? Well, Jerry's going to be there until he dies.
Well, he's the owner of the team. He can't really go in it, and he's the GM. So
that's the problem right there. It's like if he were smart, to cap it all off, you had that piece of sheet metal falling from the roof. It's like, how is this not a fitting metaphor for what's going on with the team right now?
Yep.
But it's Jerry World.
Stadium into the way of the sun facing your fucking team when they're kicking and trying to catch footballs.
It's so funny.
God,
we actually got to play in Jerry World. ACU, really? little old ACU. We got to play in Jerry World, which is pretty wild because like when you realize the screen is as big as like the field, it's it's pretty intimidating. But.
I do know, like kind of like we've been out on the field like the Colts games.
That's right, dude. Oh yeah,
it's one thing when you're up in the stands, but once you're down in that field, and you see just how big everything is. It's like, oh shit. And it's like, I can't begin to imagine if you're in Jerry World and you're out in the field and you're like, oh shit.
Yeah,
I feel like you're in the Coliseum.
They're on top of you. It's like, Jesus.
Yeah.
Yeah.
Well, it's like Tennessee's stadium, because it, instead of going out, it goes like
up.
And
Yeah.
so that's why all the sound just gets trapped. Best stadium ever. I mean, they're like, the bleachers are pretty terrible on your back because there's like they're not actual seats. It's just like bleacher seats.
The Motor Speedway, the Indianapolis Motor Speedway is like that, bleachers, and
Sucks.
it's not fun.
You got to bring those like little foldy chair things you can like
Yes.
sit on the bench with,
Mhm.
but all right, well, let's get to some comics, shall we? I guess we'll just start with Ultimate Spider-Man first because it's the first one. Weirdly enough, I'll say this: I won't talk too much on it because I don't really have any other thoughts. But it was better than previous issues where literally nothing happens. At least we got Spider-Man kind of doing stuff.
Kind of, yeah.
Kind of.
Yeah.
Yes.
Kind of.
He kind of was fighting off people.
Yeah.
And getting his ass kicked by people.
Yeah. Like
And-
pointlessly, kind of, I guess.
Yeah, once again, he lost another fight.
Yep.
Again.
Yes. Yeah.
But like you say, that's like in the first 5 pages, I think. And after that, it's just pages of dialogue between him and Mary Jane, him and Uncle Ben, or him and Dr. Octopus, or Kingpin and the other villains. I'm like, well, something fucking happen? Like, Jesus. It's just, I'm like George reading the Ovaltine bit. I'm like looking in the back. I'm like, how much more of this shit is there? And I'm just like, it just goes on and on. It just doesn't end. Like, oh God.
Yeah, I don't understand. It's somebody always constantly telling him, should you be doing what you should be doing? Is it okay? Am I doing the right thing? I don't know if I'm doing the right thing. Maybe I'm doing the right thing. I could be doing. I don't know if I'm doing the right thing.
And look, I know there are people who love this, who love the Ultimate Spider-Man line. They're blowing its load, gurgling it, and swallowing that gravy. But it honestly, I get nothing from this.
No,
absolutely nothing. And the fact that Marco Cicchetto cannot be reliable to do more than a couple issues at a time, I'm like, no.
Well, it kind of goes back to what we were talking about like earlier. Like, why would he try and like pump out pages for these issues when he's getting paid minimally?
Yeah.
And he's got Stephanie Williams right next to him making memes and getting paid more.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, why would I? And not just that, he's probably like, why would I want to write pages of people just standing around and talking?
Yeah, well, that's
so I want to give people a little insight here into my projects. I wish people knew the artists I have working with me, the amount of times they've told me thank you for not having pages of people sitting around and talking so much.
Yeah.
I get to write people in action sequences. I get to write several pages of people fighting. I get to draw things happening, not people talking. Most artists love drawing things where things are happening, not people staying around and talking nonstop at great lengths, whether you want them to or not. It's just a little insight there.
Well, yeah, think about it. Like these artists are stretching their creative muscles.
Yes.
Like if I went to the gym every day and I did like forearm curls, I just stood there for like an hour and just did forearm curls. And it's like, what am I doing? Like, okay, go to the bench, go to the squat rack, go to do shoulder press, go to do curls, go to do, like you're constantly, and then next week, maybe you change it up a little bit. You're stretching your creative muscles just like you would in the gym, but now on paper, you're doing something different or more dynamic, or maybe a different angle or different lighting. And the writer kind of has to help them with that, or else they won't be able to. Yeah.
And I'm not trying to toot my own horn, but people, like artists, they love my scripts because they're exciting, they're bold, they're dynamic, things are happening. Like, I can't begin to imagine being an artist and having to read a Jonathan Hickman script or a Ram V script or a Tom King script. And I'm just like, Jesus Christ, will something fucking happen?
Big, bold, and beautiful. We'll talk about Tom King here in just a second.
Oh, he's a piece of work this week.
Oh, yeah. Crap. Speaking of big, bold, and beautiful, you only got a panel of Blackest Cat in this issue, which is Yeah, which is pretty funny. Sorry, African American cat. But yeah, so I mean, gosh,
Cat of
dang,
color.
cat of color. 4.5 average rating. 99% of people liked it.
People are, yeah, like I said, people are really gurgling this and swallowing that gravy.
I don't get it.
It's funny seeing the first black cat or whatever his name was rolling around in a wheelchair. Speaking of hysterical,
Yeah.
it looked like he was Christopher Reeve, like with the blow tube, like trying to move his chair. And there, I'm like, that's funny. Like you're like you actually matter anymore. It's like, no, you're useless. Get out of here.
That was pretty funny. Yeah, the oxygen.
Yeah.
In his nose. Kingpin's like, how am I supposed to run a kingdom in this city with you jabronis, like you freaking retards over here?
Yeah.
And then he said jabroni.
Jabroni.
Guy.
Yeah. So this was just now comparatively to last issue, which nothing, like when I'm saying nothing happened.
There have been multiple issues where nothing has happened. We had a fucking date night where nothing fucking happened.
Yeah.
Mm-hmm.
Oh no, you're thinking of ASM.
No, in this too.
There was a date night in this one too.
Oh, what's
with them and Harry and
the
what's her nuts?
I'm trying to be
what's
nice.
her nuts?
I'm trying to be nice, but the people said like, well, stuff doesn't have to happen in a Spider-Man book to be good. I'm like, what the? It's a fucking superhero action comic. Something has to happen.
Well,
this isn't fucking Archie.
It's like Spider-Man has to show up.
Well, yeah, but you also have to think about this is ultimate.
Yes,
it's like
yes,
ultimate Spider-Man, not just like Spider-Man. It's like
those concepts are lost on these people.
Yeah,
completely lost.
When I think of ultimate, I think of like Spider-Man, like slinging his web like through the page into my freaking face, and like I'm just completely ingratiated into the book. I'm like, damn, this is so fun, and it just feels like no one's having fun making this.
No,
or a new take on Spider-Man, not middle-aged. I don't know if I should be Spider-Man.
Yeah.
Fuck off. Like,
but you know what's funny? A new take on Spider-Man would be going back to like just basics, like basic crime fighting.
Okay, so real quick, Max, I will say, like I said, this is a very low. This is low T Spider-Man. I wouldn't say ultimate. This is low T Spider-Man.
Yo, yeah, for sure.
There was a great example of Spider-Man that came out this week. Hopefully, we'll get to it. I did read it this week.
Oh,
it was a lot of fun. People have not been kind to it, but I really enjoyed it.
Was it TMNT X Naruto?
I don't know what that is. Is that a
Naruto?
Is that a sushi thing?
Sushi.
You read manga now. Sorry, you can't say that.
God damn it.
Yeah, once you got that X-Men book, dude, you're in the manga now.
I'm one of those people now.
You like tentacles and enemy wives, and you read from right to left.
I love vending machines that have used girls' panties in them. Yeah, jeez.
pillow people and all that good stuff. You're a weeaboo. You have a samurai sword at home.
One of those perverts now.
Naruto, hiya, and TMNT.
You remember your hands behind your back like that?
Yep. I'm a degenerate now.
Oh my god, I'm dead. That one caught me off guard. Hiya! Oh my god. Oh yeah. No, once you read manga, you just start running like that. I don't know how to explain it. You just like you get on the treadmill and you just like start running with your arms behind your back. Too funny. Hey Nadia, what's happening? Great to see you here. She is shrimping all over the place.
Oh yeah.
Good to see you. Ooh, yeah, Che. Uwu. Or Nani. Tons of great anime memes. Whew. Actually, speaking of anime memes.
Silence, Wedge. I do not wish to be horny anymore. I just want to be happy.
What the fuck?
I don't even know it. Did you make that?
No, I didn't.
Okay, I was like, what the fuck is that?
Oh,
is that a Stephanie Williams thing? Was that a thing?
No. Hey, if I made that, I'd be making Marvel Comics right now because I'd be making memes on Twitter. But no, that is the theme song to Berserk, the Guts song from Berserk. And you guys have heard of Berserk, right? The big old,
Drew owns that.
Yeah, I am.
Unfortunately, yeah.
It's the guy with the big old sword. You guys have seen him.
The impractically large sword, just like Wonder Woman.
Which is awesome. Yeah. Well, that's what they were trying to do with Wonder Woman. They were like, hey, what do kids like these days? They like manga, and they like that guy with the big sword. So we'll just give her to Wonder Woman.
Oh yeah, I forgot. I've been dubbing her Witch-A Woman. She's not Wonder Woman. She's Witch-A Woman. Yeah, so she's a witch now.
Yeah. Holy shit! I almost lost it live on stream. Yeah. Oh, it's so funny because I've seen kids like that. It's just like, oh my god, it's the funniest thing ever. Whew.
Everyone
Speaking
that reads
of
manga.
What's up?
That's everyone that reads manga.
Well, like you said, once you do read manga, like your body naturally just you can't help it.
Yep.
Whew. Speaking of Wonder Woman, Witchy Woman, God, this book just continues to go off the rails.
You want to talk about taking heroes and having them commit villainous acts? This is that comic.
Mm-hmm. Yeah,
and justifying robbing banks and everything in here and killing people. It's like,
it's cutting out Solomon Grundy's chest to get it. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? How can you justify this as heroic acts? You can't. Unless you're a psycho.
Do to Steve Trevor at the end, the lines of Steve Trevor, it's like, oh, he was a lying sack of shit. It's like, what? I was completely just, I did not expect anything in this book, and I'm sitting there, I'm like, are you serious right now? I mean, I honestly was very confused at the start of this. I'm like, these are heroes, right? I'm like, obviously they're being mind controlled or something. It's like, no, they're just pissed off women. It's like,
and you're committing a kamikaze act on a fucking aircraft carrier.
Yeah.
Look at that little
if there's anybody in it or not.
She is super happy that she is just completely wrecking this. So for context, chat, so for those of you who don't know, this issue we have still not talked about the Amazonians at large that are being having mass deportation, right? Out of the country. They're being sent back to Themyscira.
No, that was in one issue. That was it.
Yep.
First issue.
One issue, and we never touched it again, ever. And there's a mass murdering psychopath Amazonian woman that still has not been caught.
Correct.
So instead, we find that Wonder Woman is manufacturing like raids and hits on all of the sovereign's treasure troves. So he's got like gold stored on this like ship here. He's got trinkets, ancient trinkets stored in different banks across America that they rob and ransack. He's got like legal funds and shell corporations with this accountant or something. And each one of these things are subsequently taken out by Wonder Woman's cavalcade of super strong womensies that are the bestest ever.
I would say super strong third wave feminists.
Yes, who commit heinous crimes against their fellow men.
Yeah, because what they do, there could have been creative ways of going about this, but no, how they go about it is villainous. Every single act in this is a villainous act.
And why? Yeah, because like you said, why not reach out to Batman or like someone from the Justice League who can maybe help them obtain these things of wealth, right? But what really gets me is just the pretentiousness of, oh, I'm gonna do the 3 little monkeys or 5 little monkeys bouncing on the bed, and each one, like, what is happening during this whole thing?
So fucking stupid.
I just so dumb.
I hated it.
And the constant over dialogue of these caption boxes.
Yeah, Gleef
really. He was a good character. I think they could have done something with her. And here, what they do in her and how she talks, it's like, this isn't the fucking character.
No, completely insufferable. And like I said, gleefully robbing a bank.
Yeah. I love how he tries to portray cops though too. Like he tries to portray this cop as like this awful, like, angry, oppressive,
Of
figure.
course.
And I'm
Hothead.
like,
Put your fucking hands up, you
Mhm.
fucking bitch. I'm gonna fucking
Yeah.
shoot you in the goddamn face, you fucking whore. It's like, what?
I'm surprised he
Like,
didn't have him
whoa,
say like a
whoa,
derogatory
whoa.
statement about her race or something.
Exactly. You're
But
dark
the other
skinned. You
thing
probably
too
have a
is
gun on you or a knife. I bet you probably have both, don't you?
Right next
now,
to your taco.
Yep.
well, the thing is though, Kyle, even if he were to be that aggressive, wouldn't that be warranted? Because all Amazonians have like a certificate for their not only like arrest, but for their death sentence, essentially, because like America has deemed them like a terrorist threat or something.
Yeah.
I
And
don't
she's
know.
clearly dressed like one. It's like you kind of stand
Well,
out.
yeah, yeah. I should probably be careful with you because you could crack my neck with just the snap of your fingers. So,
Yep.
Say there isn't a convention going on, so yeah.
yeah. Uh, Kaiser says, "Wonder what is a woman." That's a good question. Wonder, whoa, man. Wonder why is anyone reading this? Yeah, that's a good one. Wonder if this is a man. That's another good one. So, but yeah, I mean, at this point, do we expect like where does Tom King go from here? Right? Like, I don't. So they're trying to remove the sovereign's riches.
Right. And they're justified in doing so. If you go back up when they talk about the bank robbery, that's
Yeah.
where this is all justified because you deem us villainous that we can't be here. That's now causing us to commit these crimes because you're saying that we're bad. So now we're completely okay and we're in the right to do this.
Yeah.
It's like,
So
Which is
two
what?
wrongs
just
make a right.
abhorrent. Yeah.
Yes. See, yeah. So if we go back up, sorry. It
Oh,
was
no, you're
those
good.
last two blue.
These ones?
Yeah, the cop, yeah. And so in making it illegal for Amazons to set foot on our soil, we in fact empowered them to commit certain startling crimes. So because we can't go back and because we're making this step foot on our soil, we it's our fault that we have empowered them to commit these crimes. It's our fault. Is what I gather from that statement.
Yeah. Insanity, man. I really, I don't know. I mean, it every time I read this Wonder Woman series or the next issue of this, I'm always just like, how is he going to make it worse? But
Yeah,
he always
and he
tends to do it.
succeeds.
I did find it hilarious that Solomon Grundy has to shit out the gemstone and then eat it again to make it go back through his system. I don't know if you guys got that, but it says, let's see.
No, the only thing I couldn't pay attention to that because I was too pissed off at the fact that Solomon Grundy minding his own business down in the sewer. Now, doesn't hurt anyone. That's where he stays in the sewers. And you have
Yeah.
Donna Troy committing another example of a villainous act, seeking out Solomon Grundy to beat the shit out of him. Take that. It's like, what the fuck is wrong with you? It
Yeah.
mental
She
clearly
cuts him up, takes it
Jesus.
out. But I mean, this is hilarious. Grundy agreed to protect the diamond by, well, swallowing it. And every time the jewel subsequently passed, he agreed to swallow it again. After a wash, one presumes but does not guarantee. For what better place to hide our sumptuous bauble? God, this stupid, pretentious, than in the belly of the beast. So I picture Solomon Grundy shitting it out, cleaning it, and just swallowing it back in for months, years, for reasons, just for Donna to cut it out.
Yep.
Because it's funny.
Yeah. It's cute. He's a big dumb dipshit. Get it?
Yep. But he's retarded coded, guys.
Yes, he is.
But this is genius writing to the Tom King fans.
Yeah. Tom King fans are retarded coded.
Yeah.
Yeah, Che, it's figuratively bashing the patriarch.
Yep.
Gosh, he's something. Here's the lawyer gets chewed up by Cheetah.
Yeah.
She like kills the guy, almost kills him. It's like,
Oh
what
no,
the-
it's like he's dead, right? I mean, you don't live through that.
It's like, what the fuck? These are villains. These are villainous acts.
Yeah.
Yep.
And
That's
here's
not-
Wonder
that's-
Woman just happy that
That's
no
a
more
man.
princesses jumping on the bed. Yeah, that's a
Yeah, so if you
strong
go
help.
back up to the blue boxes, I think it's the one page up before this. It talks about how it's it's Steve Trevor's fault. Like he lied to us. Like where's the line? Yeah, it was your father, Colonel Stephen Trevor. He had illegally, immorally used his U.S. intelligence resources to investigate us, turning our own government against us.
Oh,
own
this
government?
information,
Whoa,
the beginning of our
No,
downfall, was then
no.
lovingly provided to Wonder Woman. Okay, well, this is the Sovereign talking.
Is it?
Yeah, I think
I thought it was
so
Wonder
because
Woman.
I thought it was Wonder Woman.
no, because he says this information that was given by Steve Trevor, the beginning of our downfall, was then lovingly provided to Wonder Woman shortly before his death.
Saying that it was Steve Trevor's fault.
Well, Steve Trevor's fault that he told Wonder Woman, and then Wonder Woman subsequently took out all of those resources that the Sovereign had. It was your father, Colonel Steve Trevor. So, because this is Trinity,
Right.
and so Sovereign is talking to Trinity in that jail cell
Jesus.
that we saw
So if
2
you're
years back. or
yeah,
whatever.
it's gonna say if you haven't read a prior issue like that one sequence
No, yeah.
of him in the future in that
Mhm.
cell, you're gonna have no fucking idea who's narrating this or from
Zero
when.
clue. Because even when I was reading the narration, I was like, "Is this Wonder Woman? What?" And then I was like, "Oh no, this sounds like Sovereign." Okay. But then again, it all just sounds like Tom King. There's no
does.
differentiation.
No.
So-
You're still trampling on the life of a man who gave his life here. It's
Correct,
like
yeah.
regardless if it's true or not.
What's
That
funny about
fucking face,
yeah,
God
he's
damn.
She's
you
the
wanna-
worst.
it's like you think
She's
about
the
just
worst.
how heroically he's been portrayed in the film by Chris Pine, or how in the last 70 some odd years, how heroically he's been portrayed, and
Mhm.
for him to be treated like an absolute piece of shit by Tom King in his run, it's like, fuck you, man. Fuck
Yeah.
you.
Oh, we'll get to some books that I was, this Wonder Woman book didn't make me as angry. It's
No.
definitely skippable, and it's like pathetic. But there were some books this week that made me angry, and but it wasn't Wonder Woman. That
Mm.
one was just funny.
Whatever could that be?
Yeah, the propaganda book.
Jesus. This book
Um,
is fucking stupid.
This book was
this is
this-
so
this is
dumb.
so bad.
Stupid.
Everyone is worse than the last.
It's so
Ugh.
dumb.
Wolverine's an
So
idiot.
Terrible.
Just I cannot believe just how much of an idiot Wolverine is written in this issue.
Can
Yep.
I need to ask you guys, is it because I consider myself to be a Wolverine fan, but you guys might have to take my Wolverine card.
Are we
if
gonna
I
talk about the
don't know
blood?
about this.
Are you talking about the
You
blood?
talk about the blood?
Yes.
Bullshit.
Can you
even-
do that?
I don't even know
No.
what that is. I'm
No.
like, wait, what?
I was like, wait a second.
I was
is
reading
this
that.
new lore that we're
Yeah.
knowing that we're finding out about.
I read that. I was like, no, you're not fucking doing this.
way.
It just it does no. Max, you're right. His blood does not work that way.
Okay.
Shouldn't.
I mean, it shouldn't, but who knows? This is Saladin Ahmed, so I mean, this could be anything at this point. So, but I had to ask you guys because I was like,
know.
am I crazy or I don't know?
I was gonna
No.
look it up, but I was too tired and pissed off after reading this,
If
and I'm
the-
like, I know.
If that were the case, Wolverine would have been doing this for decades.
Exactly.
For all of his friends.
He'd be
Yes.
bleeding they'd be bleeding him dry. Like he wouldn't be allowed
Exactly.
out.
If
Yeah.
his blood had healing powers, yeah,
They would
That
have
could be
the
used.
Weapon X program would have,
Yeah.
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 vials of his blood for people to be using. It's like, no, it doesn't work that way.
Yeah.
It's
You
unique
wouldn't need
just to him.
pods to bring
Yeah.
people back. You would just use his blood.
Yeah. That's crazy, bro. Wild concept. So for chat, for context, there's a man who is wounded and bleeding out and he's about to die. And so Wolverine, hoping that he can save this guy, cuts himself with his claws and says, my blood might be able to heal, this sucker. And like, okay. I was like,
Just by like pouring it into his wound. It's like,
Yeah,
just
he's like,
by
I hope,
like
I hope
bleeding
this
into
works.
his bloody stump of an arm. Like, okay.
It would have been funny if he died. I'd been like, well, I guess it didn't work.
I guess so. Whoops. I tried. And you know what I
Yeah.
say? I did my best.
Oh my
Oh
god.
man. I do also think it was hilarious that Wolverine is trying to save this Wendigo. Or is it Wendigo? Wendigo?
It's a Wendigo, and no,
Okay,
the Wendigos are evil. They're villains,
Yes.
and they should be killed and terminated. But Saladin Ahmed is finding every excuse in the book for Wolverine to not be Wolverine and to save this one. It's like, no, put this fucker out.
No, you're a kid. I'm gonna try to mentor you and save you.
Yeah. The wing ding
What?
dong. So there's a line in this that he goes, I have to, something with the Wendigo. And then he pauses and he corrects himself and he goes, no, Leonard. Because Leonard is
Yeah,
the name of the
that's
kid.
right.
And it was like, bro, are you like, he's like, no, I can't dehumanize him
It's
because
like,
he's
you
not a
fucking
Wendigo.
pussy.
He's Leonard. Oh. Oh yeah, total jack off. I mean, this book is just so dumb.
So pointless, unneeded.
Yeah, it's so stupid. With Stephanie Williams wrote it. Yeah,
Mm-hmm.
Yeah, this
The
is
art
pretty
is
worthless.
fucking atrocious in this. The art, I hate the art.
Oh, you
in
didn't?
this book.
Okay. All right.
I do not like it at all. Too
It just-
cartoony, too childish. Like it's just
Yeah.
that black Native American to whatever the fuck she is
Oh yeah.
showing up, and her and him being like, "All right, I respect you enough because you're a strong woman." Like, oh, fuck you, dude.
Yeah. He's like, you're the best of these soldiers out here. Like,
That was an
I
issue
know
too.
you're the great-
He's like,
yeah.
I'm watching everybody closely, and you're the best of all of them.
Mhm,
I can
yeah.
tell. It's like, God.
He's like, she almost found me. The other
Yeah,
bronies
she's the
didn't
best.
because she's the best. Like, I bet you are.
Uh-huh.
The last thing I was gonna say is just the last like few pages. Wolverine is teaching the Wendigo to meditate. Bro, this is, I mean, come on. There's no way that this is real. What timeline are we in?
Jesus.
Wolverine went
weird.
from like, smoking stogies and banging hot ladies to, all right, Leonard, I'm
to
gonna
not
teach you
being Wolverine.
how to
Yeah,
meditate.
How can they
Ugh.
get it wrong? You have 2 Wolverine books out right now that are absolute stupid. You can't get
Mhm.
either of them right. I don't understand it.
Even with the Greg Capullo art too.
Yes,
Mhm.
can't get it right.
the only one that was
Close.
good was the Chris Claremont one with
Yes.
the Eduardo Salvarez on the art. I think. Yeah, that was the only
Yeah.
one that was good because Chris Claremont has fucking common sense and he
Yep.
knows how
Well,
to write
he-
a Wolverine book.
That's the thing. He knows how to write Wolverine.
Yeah.
Well, he knows how to write.
Yeah. Well, there's the baseline and knowing how to write and then knowing how to write Wolverine. Well, because everyone just thinks, oh, you write Wolverine by saying bub, or you write Wolverine because you say like, oh yeah, I'm tough. My blood heals other people.
And
Yep.
there's a reason why Chris Claremont never did that because it's fucking stupid and would have opened Pandora's box for him to be able to save anyone and everyone under the sun. There have been no consequences for people to die if you have Wolverine's blood
Exactly.
saving everyone.
Mm-hmm. Well, yeah, this is $5. So
Bullshit. No
if
way.
you guys want to take a $5 bill and spend it on a Wolverine book where he tries to use his blood to heal someone, he tries to save the Wendigo by meditating with him, and he validates the indigenous security guard.
Look, Max, honestly, if I were in that room, if I were the editor of this and I'm reading that out loud, or Saladin Ahmed is telling me what's going to happen, and he says to me, Wolverine is going to be meditating with Wendigo, I've been laughing my ass off. I'm like, no, get out of here. Fix this. No, this is not happening.
Yeah, you can't take it seriously.
Ugh.
All right, so I did not read this one, but I just still
Jesus.
scored it because I know what I'm getting. I know. What I'm
Wow, you just assume.
Can y'all go through I'm gonna grab a water real quick, but can y'all go over this while I grab some. I'll be right back. I'm
So
still listening, though.
I believe we're in Chicago, and we got Kitty with her minions, whatever, wannabe mutants, wannabe X-Men, and Emma joins the group, and they're commenting about her clothes and talking about her because that's LOL funny. But the kicker is when they're introducing each other to each other, Kitty's like, all right, we're going to talk about each other. We're going to say our names. But then someone says, can we say our pronouns? Oh, I'm sorry. Yes, you can say your pronouns when you tell us your powers. I threw it down. I'm like, I am done. As soon as they said that, so they said pronouns, I'm out. Done.
Yeah, there was a lot not going on in this book, and the main takeaway I got from this book is that there needs to be a man here to actually do something and to smack all these women and say, shut the fuck up. Like,
Oh.
there's a problem here when you have nothing but women standing on a staircase talking. It's just like, is there a man here that wants to get something done? Because all women seem to want to do is stand around and talk and not do anything.
Yeah.
So, and there's some really bad, like ugly panels of it's just like,
Ooh.
ugh. Like,
It's just, they're just, like you kind of said, this is a very boring comic where these people are just sitting around and talking, standing around and talking, sitting and standing around and talking.
Oh.
It goes on at great lengths, whether you want it to or not. And I can't believe it.
How poignant and nuanced.
Yes, very poignant and nuanced.
Yeah, I don't know if Rocket Robbie liked this one. He probably did because he was a fucking cuck. But
well, I'm sure he was creaming in his pants over the pronouns and power scene.
It was I. You know, I really like having women talk. It's fun. It's I.
I like to tell us some pronouns.
Yeah. You know, Bobby Drake shows up at the end. It's I. I like that part. I like that one panel, so it's okay for me to give it a recommend. It's like, God, you're a fucking moron.
Well, that's the thing. It's like, it's perfectly fine if you don't like this book. You like, if someone were reviewing all the X-Men books and they're like, hey, I really like Uncanny X-Men, but Exceptional X-Men is just really bad. I don't like it. Like, I would trust their opinion so much more than if someone was just like, it's okay, you know, it's not for me, but like maybe not even it's not for me, but just that it's with everything.
Look, I'm going to say is for this book, I'll be like, all right, if you find action too much, if you don't like action, if you like Archie comics, if people are just sitting around talking like a bunch of jackasses for 22 to 24 pages.
Oh,
here you go, right there.
Stephanie Williams.
Yeah. Yes, there you go, right here.
Yep. I was just at a higher ed work retreat, and the majority of people I work with are women. And funny enough, all these women want to do is stand around and talk, and let's all go around the room and say one fun fact about each other and this, that, and the other. I'm like, can we all shut the fuck up? Like, we're all old adults in here. Can we just get down to what the fuck we're supposed to be doing every day? Like, I don't understand the standing around talking. Shut the fuck up. I don't care about you. I never will care about you. I don't need to care about you to do my fucking job. But that's what women want to do. No, we're all inclusive. We all need to talk. We all need to know each other. It's like, no. No.
You know, there's a way to do this correctly. There's a way to do this, and how she did it is incorrect. So with my characters, for example, in Unholy Nightmare, they're thrust into action, forced to work as a team when they don't know each other. But it's not until later on in the series, several issues in, when they're forced to get to know each other in a situation out of their control, that they come to know each other. That's the way to do it, not in a kumbaya. We're all right. Tell me what are your pronouns and everything, nicely, playfully, you know. And it doesn't serve the purpose other than to just act like a bunch of dickheads. This is what this does.
But that's and I mean, this is the type of audience that Marvel has cultivated, though. Emma Frost has arrived. I was a little worried. Only revolve around a showdown between Kate and Emma. These are previews, blah, blah, blah. Because things have been so dull. I love that the only reason Emma is messing with Kitty is truly because she's bored and wants something to do. This book really is the X-Men book that makes me feel seen, honestly.
Fuck,
Aside from
I
it being
fucking
set,
hate you. I hate you. I hate you. I fucking hate you. I hate you.
but
I
she
cannot
feels
talk to someone like that.
seen. But
Nope.
Peter Shea at Anti-Reader, which is a fitting name. Aside from
Yeah.
it being set in a part of the world that I love, it's just doing everything I need it to. Coping with Kitty's moving forward as a newly minted war criminal. So wait, what? I feel seen as a war criminal. Oh my
Yep.
god. Did she say a white queen? This book genuinely had me in tears from laughing. So this is Marvel's audience now, man. It used to be young men who were just in it for the action stories and for the tales of heroism. And now
And
we
the
get
hot
this.
babes. Yeah.
Well, I mean the hot babes too, but the hot babes weren't doing this. They were,
No.
kicking ass. They weren't asking about each
Mhm.
other's pronouns.
God.
Might as well just get to this bad boy because I think we should probably talk about this before we run out of steam.
I gotta wait.
I'm gonna let Kyle take the lead on this.
Oh, we have
I'm
to
gonna-
take with like Kyle. This needs to be a whole
Yes.
segment for Kyle.
Yeah,
'cause
yeah, this is all Kyle. Yeah.
I genuinely feel bad that this is that this had to happen to this series. It's shitty. It sucks because this was, I mean, just one of the most hateful, spiteful, pretentious things I've read in
So
months.
before I let Kyle do his thing, all I'm gonna say is this comic is clearly written by someone who lives in perpetual fear of everything every single day of his life.
Yeah.
And how someone can live like that every day. I don't want to be next to that person. I don't want to know that person. Because you cannot have a rational conversation with that type of person who lives in fear every fucking day. So with that being said, I'm gonna let Kyle have at it.
Yeah, so this one stung. This one hurt a lot because this is a writer that I have loved for a while, and I've said that they're great as far as what he has been able to do. Even from the beginning of this book, when he talks about what is horror, I'm not actually writing a horror book. Like, it can mean all kinds of things. It's like, okay, this is you. Like, this is interesting. Like, yeah, let's go deeper into this. What does it mean? Like the pigeonhole Ice Cream Man to say it's just a horror anthology. It's, it's not right. It's not what it is, but you have to classify something. And how do you actually put this into words, what Ice Cream Man is? And like this, okay, I'm like, okay, I'm with you here. And somebody who's really appreciated it. I've reached out to him personally. I have told him, look, you're a huge inspiration to me. I wanted to write my horror anthology because of Ice Cream Man. He wrote back, like, dude, that's so awesome. Congratulations. I hope it's great. Go off and write your fucking awesome story. And like, it just felt like this is cool. Like, you're actually bringing horror, like it's that A24 version of we're going to elevate horror into something else. And so he's done an awesome job. Then comes this issue where, yes, we know what his political affiliation is. 90%, we know what most of their political affiliations are: writers, artists, everybody.
Yep.
We can assume they're one-sided, but they're able to weave it in and are able to not put themselves so directly into a story to where it's hitting you over the fucking head or shooting you in the head, rather, of what they actually are believing.
Yeah.
And it just felt like he could not help himself with this issue. He feels that for whatever reason, he's on the quote unquote right side of history here. And this is what he thinks horror actually is. Horror to him is not a haunted house or ghosts or anything supernatural. His horror is Roe versus Wade being overturned. It's gun violence, mass shootings, quote unquote, with quote unquote assault rifles, school shootings that he claims are a massive all-time high in the United States. And we And it's the easiest place to get a gun at. Apparently, according to him, it's the easiest thing to do. Anybody can just go buy a gun whenever they want to. And all these incomplete facts, one-sided stories, anecdotes, bullshit you hear on CNN, MSNBC. And so this is apparently horror to him. You get Roe v. Wade, then you get climate change, the 3 talking points that everyone talks about. This is horror. I can't get an abortion.
I can't kill my baby.
I can't kill my baby. That's horror, folks. That's the most horrific thing ever.
Oh man, I have to actually close my legs and be decisive and discerning with the men that I sleep with. Because I can't just go in and get an abortion. Now, of course, there is always nuance to things, and there are always 2 sides to things, and there are instances where awful things happen to women where they're either taken advantage of but those are 1% of the 1%. And if that does happen, there
not
are
just that. Let's remember, it's not a federal law. It's now to the state level. It's not banned. Yeah. It's a state issue now.
Yeah,
as it should have been. Roe v. Wade was bad law. It should not have been in the first place.
Right.
So it was doing what it was supposed to have done, gone back to the states, which is where it should be. So it's not saying you can't get an abortion. It's not what it's saying at all. But that's what he thinks it is, because that's what CNN is telling him. And he's like, well, that must be true. It's like, I'm going to write this. It's like, and I'm going to think that I'm doing my part, and I'm going to champion these women who feel like they're not being heard. And I need to put that in my Ice Cream Man book right now, because I'm scared of abortions and not being able to get them whenever I want to.
Right. And we had actually talked about this when he first posted it on Instagram. And he says these laws are so aggressively anti-female and so intentionally harmful to their bodies that most don't even include exceptions for things like, and then he lists all these things. But if we really want to talk about anti-female, well, 1, what is a woman? 2, anti-female, you mean like Laken Riley, who was, brutally taken advantage of and murdered. And that, case just came to fruition. And so what about
the one where according to the one news article, the guy never had a chance in court?
Correct. MSNBC, actually.
Yeah.
The MSNBC article. What about anti-female, where men are bludgeoning women in their sports that are supposed to be for women only sports? So like, if we really want to talk about something that is so aggressively anti-female, I don't think abortion is the top thing on the list there.
No.
But and then, so, Kyle and Drew and I, we had all seen the Instagram post that he made. The first one being the abortion Roe v. Wade page. The second one being it's the easiest place to get assault rifles that are used to mow down people. I think those are the words that he used.
Yes. Aggressive hate speech, as he would so commonly probably like to say.
Used to mow down large groups of people in public places. The reasons vary, but the means stay the same. The guns kill the people, is what he's saying. He's not saying that mental illness kills people, or that.
Yeah, Max. People don't kill people. I remember that.
No.
I'd also like to know. It'd be so easy to pass common sense gun reforms. What the fuck does that mean, you dumbass? Can you please explain common sense gun reform? What is that? Please explain it. You have all these pages in your fucking book. Why don't you go into common sense gun reform? What is that? Because it's so easy.
I don't know, but you got to do better. You got to do better, Kyle. I don't know.
Yeah, exactly. You wanted to say, just pass it. It's easy. Just pass it. Well, what is it, you fucking asshole? Tell me what it is.
But that's the thing. It's like even later on in the book, we'll read it. He says, that he doesn't have the answers. And he doesn't know how to solve these things. And none of us know how to solve these things. And that's the horror of it, right? But he's just posing and showing us that this is the real world and that this is the real horror. It's not the spooky monsters that he writes about. It's not the terrifying, ghouls that are, go bump in the night. It is the real horror, the conservatives, the things outside our window, the world that we live in, which, by the way, at the time of him writing this comic book, who's in charge right now? Who's been in charge for the last few years? You know what I mean?
Okay, I'm going to say one more thing before Kyle. I'm going to say, I'll say another thing real quick. What he is ultimately suggesting is living in a bubble. Don't expose yourself to any of this stuff. Live like a monk. Live up in the mountains. There was a film. It's not a great film by any means. It's called The Razor's Edge with Bill Murray. It's not a great movie, but there's a scene in it, I think, where he's like living in a monastery, whatever, with the monks, and where he's away from everything. And then one of them tells him, like, are you really living life by being here, by staying away from everything? Is this really living? And it's not. What he's suggesting, what he wants you to do, that is not living. By living life, you're exposing yourself to that stuff. It's that's life.
Yeah.
That
no. This I thought was kind of interesting because Linda, who's the mother here, when she experiences one of the horrors behind one of these doors, they go, "Mom, what did you see?" And she goes, "I saw how it is." But the thing is, you dumb asshole, this isn't how it is. This is how you perceive it to be in your bubble, right? Like you were saying, Drew. So
which could be horrific. Which could be
horrific.
This is your fucking chance to say, isn't this horrific? To get only this one side of a story? That is horrific. That is scary.
And maybe he also threw some hope at this. Like, what? There's also some good things about life. There are many great things about life.
Yeah.
But no,
sure,
he doesn't get to any of that. No, that defeats the purpose here.
And I don't blame him for mentioning or for not mentioning good things. That's not what this book is meant to be.
No,
but I do think that there is a missed opportunity for him to say, wouldn't it be terrifying if we only heard from one side, right? If the other side was so torpedoed that their voice was so, just sidelined, and that the only form of voice that we were listening to was from MSNBC and CNN and that Facebook and Twitter and all of these places Elon and pre-Trump and all this stuff were all moving towards censorship. So isn't that the scary part? And that's kind of what you're trying to say, Kyle, right? Is the one-sidedness of it.
Yes, you get the one-sidedness of it. Like that is horrific. The fact that the media is able to be this powerful to where you literally can theoretically only get one side of a story. And
but what's great, Kyle, is that we're seeing since the election how the viewership, those numbers are way fucking down. Like people are tuning out now, and only people staying around and watching that shit are writers like this.
Right. He wrote
one of the
this.
Few. Yeah.
Yeah. With the thought that Trump was going to lose and the mainstream was just going to keep going on as it is. And we were all going to be like, oh, yeah, we all agree with you. It's like, no, the majority of the country disagrees with you.
Yeah.
And that is why this is hitting like a
fucking it's like you want to know what's really terrifying to me? Criminals sneaking into our country, parts of gangs, drug dealers coming into our country, killing American citizens, and not being held accountable for their actions and being held safe in sanctuary cities. That's terrifying to me.
Drew, these people are on terrorist watch lists.
Yes.
They're not just criminals, they're terrorists. Like we're literally letting these people. Yeah. That's a whole nother thing. But what I really had to laugh at though, because this other stuff was just mean-spirited, it was evil, it was doomer, right? Like everything is just despair and depression. And isn't this awful, right? You live in this awful, hateful place, and he's just hitting you over the head with it. But it's also very low IQ. This one actually made me laugh because we didn't know what was coming next. So we're like, what's behind door number 3? Oh, climate change. Oh no. So it's like these really awful things. And it's like, oh, climate change is next. But I thought that it was ill-timed, like you said, Kyle, it's very ill-timed that he did this when just not too long ago, there was a hurricane where the people who were our government that was supposed to help the people during that hurricane chose not to help Trump supporters, chose that there was a very deliberate text message that was sent out to government workers that said, if you see a Trump flag, do not go help that house during this hurricane. Who's really the horrific people here in this scenario? You know what I
Don't worry
mean?
about that. No, that's fake news.
No. Global warming, climate change. Worry about
No, the
that.
hurricane was the worst
Yes.
part. If
Yeah.
they could have stopped that if Donald Trump wasn't president.
They could have stopped the literal, weather, because Donald Trump can control the weather now.
Correct.
Despite the fact that, I mean, natural disasters, tornadoes, and everything are, as far as I know, they've been relatively low, considering in the years past. And for a hurricane to come up now, it's like, it's pretty rare for a hurricane anymore right now to cause this much damage.
There you go.
And I think this is the first real one to cause this much damage since Katrina.
And thank you, Kaiser. It was FEMA. FEMA was the
also responsible for the bad stuff in Katrina.
A lot of debacle.
Yeah.
And FEMA also, when you had all these organizations that were like going out in droves, like civilians, just regular people. I think the biggest one was Save Our Allies is the program that was going out there and helping people. Save Our Allies was contacting FEMA and saying, are y'all going to help these people or no? Or they'd request, hey, we need to land our helicopter here to save these people. And FEMA would say, no, you're not cleared to land, or no, we've got this.
I remember that.
No one would be there.
That's right.
So it's just crazy that, oh no, we're the bad guys, even though we're the ones wanting to help these people during this period of time.
Help our fellow Americans, in this time, when we have the means, we have the technology to do this. No, that's wrong.
So he says our planet is dying. Climate change is very real.
God, you're such a fucking douchebag.
People are going to burn, starve, drown. Yes. Well, they will if they have a Trump flag on their house. Apparently.
Yeah, they definitely will. And our planet has never had any climate change at all, ever. This has never happened before. It's just because of right now and what we do, and because of our Starbucks cups and everything and the water. That's what's causing the climate.
Oh, and another fun fact: we have more trees now than we did over 100 years ago. Just a little fun fact there.
Yep,
that's a fact.
So the daughter says there's no way to change any of this, is there? And the father says, I'm honestly not sure, sweetie. I hope there is.
What would have been more interesting here? I don't want to critique this asshole's writing, but I think what could have been more interesting here in this basement where you have the doors. What if you had them literally on the left and the right of a hallway, where you have literally the left side and the right side, and then you have the ice cream man telling them, all right, you can pick the doors on the right, but if you do that, this will happen to you. You're gonna do this. You're gonna die. You may have the possibility of this. They're like, oh well, I'll pick the door on the left. And then they go down this side, and these are the horrors they see over here. And then all unbeknownst to them, that there's this whole other side of a story that they're not getting. And they're like, isn't that horrific? The fact that I'm able to convince these people to only see the left side of a story, and all the right side of the story is all completely lost on them, and they don't get a chance to see the full story. But what do I know?
No, and I think you're completely right. This was, I hate to say it, but the first part of this book, well, not the part where he's at the convention, that was all pretentious bullshit, because it's like he wrote himself into the book and he's like, oh, look at how shitty my signature is. Isn't that funny? Like, just pretentious, like, stop, dude. But once he gets into, like you said, what is horror? What is that genre? What have I awoken with my writing? And if this were a horror book, what would I write in this, in this haunted house? And he begins to talk about that. That stuff is well written. And he had an opportunity to go someplace that really could have hit home and really could have opened the eyes of a lot of people to say, man, we really need to do our research as citizens of this country to say, whether it's right or left, there's still something in the middle that we may not even be seeing. Right. And he just couldn't do that. His body physically could not let himself write something that was objective.
His inner Mark Hamill came out, and
it's like, dude, right from the ice cream man's perspective, you fuck. Yeah. Like, that's your character. There's the left and then the right, then there's the ice cream man. That's you. Stay in that fucking lane.
Yeah. This was purely his like weird fetishization of like wanting people to despair. and his like own, like his hand, he just like couldn't help himself. He was like, I have to do this. But he does say, now listen, I'm no Grinch. This isn't just a progressive newspaper in a comic formalistic experiment. No, it is 100%.
100%. That's what this
Yeah,
is.
yeah, that is 100% what it is. But he goes, it's not just that; it's a horror story too. And it's like, no, this
No.
is your
It's
propaganda.
what he perceives as
newspaper in a-
horror. It's his propaganda point of view, what he sees as horror.
There you go.
Yep.
There you go. And then it's like, oh, now we get into the horror aspect of it. Isn't this great, guys? You know? And I love the dialogue from the ice cream man. I think it's good.
Yep.
But then once we get back to W. Maxwell Prince talking, God, do you want to do the honors to read this? I mean, this is the. I sent this to you guys earlier today. I could not believe what I was reading. I was like,
All right.
what was the one? State supported genocide? Like,
Supported
my
genocide. So, all right, I'll start from that.
yeah.
Channel.
Well, actually, start from maybe like the problem as I see
Problem
it.
as I see it is where I was
Yeah.
okay. So the problem as I see it is that the idea of horror, what we consider to be scary, is so complicated. I mean, there are like a million doors we didn't even get to. The rise of hate speech. Love to know what hate speech actually means. Violence and legislation against trans people.
Oh,
Oh, you're going there. Okay. Income
Legislation.
inequality. Okay.
Okay.
Book banning.
Ooh.
The erosion of democracy. State-supported genocide. It's all out there. Doesn't it fill you with dread to watch as human rights are stripped and disposed of like the face of Gertrude Gladman? Oh boy.
Yeah, I mean, yeah, like where do you even start with this one? But these are their tactics, man. I mean, this is the tactics of someone who is losing their mind because they are so filled with hate and fear and dread and despair and depression, they literally cannot move.
Yeah.
They've just been so torn down by this.
Since COVID, I guarantee you, this is one of the Rona Bros who just lives in a bubble, like Howard Stern, is terrified of the real world, terrified of life,
Terrified.
Yep.
terrified.
The rise of hate speech. What is hate speech? Because I could say everything you're putting in this book is fucking hate speech.
Yeah,
Like,
define hate speech.
What is it? What is it? Please define it. I would love to know what that is.
That's just the first thing, line of dialogue.
Yeah.
Violence and legislation against trans people. What? Okay,
What is that?
So is the legislation against trans people the fact that we don't want to give kids 6-year-olds like puberty blockers? Is that the legislation against trans people?
I think
Because that's the only one that I know of.
Oh, I would think, probably the women's sports stuff, the legislation of trying to keep the trans people out of locker rooms. That's probably what they're talking about.
And
Yeah,
being able to go after parents that want to perform sexual operations against on their kids, and the other parent doesn't have a say.
Mm-hmm. And then the violence against trans people. You mean like the woman or the man? No, sorry, the woman who identified as a man who shot up the Christian school.
No,
don't worry about that.
No, that never happened. That never happened. That never happened.
You mean the one whose manifesto wasn't released?
No,
because of like all the
no, we can't do that. That never happened. No,
it goes against the narrative in my book.
Yes,
can't do that.
Shoot. Okay. All right. So that's 0 for 2 right now. It's 0 for 2. Maybe the next one though.
Yep.
Right. Income inequality.
That will always exist.
That's life. That's always
going to always exist, and it should always exist. Sorry.
Yeah.
Yeah, because if everyone gets the same wage, then we're in a communist society.
Yeah. Congratulations.
So,
but even then, in a communist society, someone always is at the top.
There's always be somebody
take
at
it
the
from
top.
everyone else.
Yes, yeah. There's always got to be someone pulling the strings.
Yeah.
So fuck me, man. We're 0 for 3 right now. So I mean,
which has been an income inequality has poor people now are better off than any poor people ever in the history of the fucking world. So they're still better off now.
yeah.
So what I don't understand what this means. So like
It's yeah. Sorry,
no, it's like I don't understand. Why is this a big issue? Why is this an issue? I don't get it.
It really is hitting more the middle class more than anything.
Middle class is always fucked. We'll always be fucked.
Well, yeah.
Everyone knows that. That's why you're the middle class.
Yeah,
I'll
it's
always
like-
be middle class.
It's
Yeah.
a homeless individual in California can set up an encampment on a sidewalk, get a free phone, get free money every damn week, and you're living the life.
Just chill, just shit on
Yeah.
the sidewalk and just be like,
Holy shit.
there you go, man.
Why would you be incentivized to work?
Yeah.
Yep.
Book bannings. And as our good friend Aaron Sparrow so lovingly said, I don't consider it a book banning when you are taking or when you're putting pornographic material in school, like, middle school and elementary school libraries when the graphic novel is showing you how to give a blowjob to someone's like strap on.
What
Yeah.
you mean? You don't like drag queen story time?
Oh no.
Yeah.
Yeah. Jack Frost, he said, here he goes, the books aren't banned. They just don't belong in a
Yes.
children's library. And W. Maxwell Prince knows that.
Of course he does.
Yeah.
He's a smart guy.
Well, that's the thing. Is he?
I
I think he's a
I
really
think
good
he
writer.
is. I think he's a great writer. I think he has intelligence. Obviously, he's a smart
Oh,
guy.
yeah,
But
of
I just
course.
think he's part of that indoctrination where he feels like you have to go along with the narrative of the left, the far radicalized left. You have to constantly agree with everything they say, and if you don't,
You're shunned.
if you disagree on one thing,
You're done.
you're out of the club. Fuck you. You're done. You're gone. So
But to
And
go
he needs to
this
he needs to
far.
realize is that's why they lost. That is exactly
Yep.
why they lost.
Right.
Yep.
Because in his mind and in this book, anyone who disagrees with any of this, even like minute disagreements, you are the devil, you're Hitler, you're evil, you are the horror that lives out amongst us. You're the ice cream man, right? And that's why, like you said, why they lost, because you cannot demonize an entire class and group of people, of human beings. You cannot do that.
Yep.
But for him, I mean, it's easy. So, and then the erosion of democracy. Remind me again how Kamala,
Mm-hmm.
Chameleon was brought into power. Was there a democratic vote for her to be the nominee? No.
No, just
No.
so happened. Weaponizing
No.
the DOJ, go against political opponents. What side was that again? I can't remember. Who went after political opponents?
Like the ones who constantly set a threat to democracy?
Yeah.
Um,
I don't know.
that's a
Interesting.
good question. One for the ages. Maybe one behind one of these horror.
Next issue, and we'll get that one.
There we go. We'll get. Oh, and guys, that's perfect. Issue 42 was the liberal one, and issue 43 is going to be the conservative one.
That's right.
That's
It's
what. Oh my
genius.
gosh, you're so right. We were too quick to judge this one.
Yeah.
Yeah, Jack also brings up a good point. He says, how about all the illegal votes that kept counting in Pennsylvania, even after the court told them to stop?
What was even better? I don't know if you guys saw it. Was even better was when the council, after that dipshit councilwoman said that, like the next day or so, when the people of the community came out and were speaking against her. Like, what the fuck is wrong with you? This is illegal. This is wrong. And she was like, no, it was taken out of context. I didn't mean it that way. I was very emotional. Like, bullshit. Everyone knew exactly what you meant, and I love the fact that the people of Pennsylvania were standing up against her. That was fantastic. That's
based.
Good for them. They are completely based.
Yep.
And clearly, I mean, W. Maxwell Prince, everything he predicted we see is horrific. he is in the minority. Congratulations.
There
Mhm.
you go.
Yeah.
We've got Harley Dave in the house. What is up, brother? It has been forever. Great to see you, my man. He says, greetings. No one says you cannot create. We're just saying that you shouldn't be placing that into the hands of children. There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah, if you want to show someone giving blowies to a strap on, figuring out each other's sexuality, like put it in the adult section. That's fine.
But then
Sure.
college. Yeah.
There you
Yeah.
go. Yeah. They have over 200,000 votes still being counted in California. What? No, come on. That's crazy. I mean, I wouldn't. I
don't
mean, I
doubt that.
wouldn't. Yeah.
Well, what's funny is
Right.
that people know this. They showed the votes like from the 2020 to this year is how many fewer votes there are now as compared to 2020. It's like it's one of those things where like,
Yeah.
gee, do you think we stole that election in 2020?
Yeah.
Oh yeah, when they're
Oh,
like,
we didn't
"Wait,
have
was that
massive
us?"
voter turnout. Oh shit.
Yeah. 18 million people. Well, that's weird.
Yeah.
Mm.
17, 18 million. They all just left. I don't know.
Yep.
Cavalryman Che, dude, this is hilarious. This would be amazing. How much toxic masculinity will be in issues 45 and 47? Let's go.
If you don't think he's thinking about that, you have no
Oh my
idea. I
God.
guarantee you
Well,
he's thinking about
oh
45
my
and
God,
47.
Well, he would have had to have written that ahead of time. He would have because I'm sure those issues are already written and done by this point, right?
As far as I know,
Mm.
I follow Martin, the artist. I don't think there are that many issues ahead. I don't think he's
on 43, but I don't know about because these are coming out like once every 2 months, right?
Yeah. I haven't seen him posted any pictures recently, but he's only a few issues ahead.
Bro, we are going to see an even bigger meltdown in issues 45 and 47. That's unreal. Like you said, if
Yeah.
you don't think he's already like just seething at the
Yeah.
fact that what if he skips those issues? What if he goes from like
Yeah.
44 to 46 and then people are like, what happened?
Just a spiteful bitch. Yeah.
So will
Yeah.
47 be a take on the assassination of a person?
Oh my
And how it should have happened.
Yeah, and how it should have happened and how
Yeah.
it will happen. Like, do you think that will
Do
be
you-
47?
But do you think he will be able to hold back? It's an obsessive compulsion at this point. So I don't think he has the self-control to manage that psychopathy. Like I don't think he has the discernment or the discipline to write a story that is nuanced anymore. I think that's gone at this point. So he's going to just write Trump.
So he's like Mark Wade.
Well, no,
can't
because
write
Mark Wade
comics
can't
anymore?
actually still write. No, I don't know. I haven't read a Mark Wade thing since the election. So,
Well, he wrote in that, and then the queef he queefed out, so he can't.
Queen, yeah.
He can no longer write heroes. So,
By the
See-
way, Kyle, I think Blue Sky tweets are called skeets. Skeet. Which might be worse. I'm not sure, but I like
I'm gonna
queef.
go. I'm
better.
still saying queef.
Queef is the best. Kaiser says, I'm not dropping Ice Cream Man until after 47. Dude. Well, yeah, I mean, so that's the thing, Kyle. So this is the book, right? This is the end of the book. I mean, it was just straight up news clippings. It was straight up propaganda.
You have an APA reference page at the end of your fucking comic book, you douchebag. Like, are you kidding me? Like,
well, even worse than that, he's got a trigger warning at the beginning. They could upset readers.
A lot of things I could do with a trigger, but it's like, you know what?
Okay.
God, what a
So what do you
I-
do now, man? Do you separate art from artist? Is it too far gone? Do you continue reading the series? Are you still going to pull it? Right? Where do we go from here?
So I was in the process of filling out back issues. I wanted to complete the entire run up until now.
Yeah.
I've been looking at lots. There are several up on eBay. Like I was looking because I have some gaps I want to fill in. It's like I wanted to complete this run, and I am done with this. I am not getting any more back issues. I I'm just kind of done. I'll continue to read it. I'm curious now because you can only see the next issue like up as far as what they have. So I don't think he's done with 45 or 47. If he doesn't do something related to Trump in issues 45 and 47, I will be shocked at this point because I will give him enough credit. He thinks he's clever enough to do that. So
right now it only goes to 44. So.
Exactly. So you can't. We don't know. And this thing is going to be a piece of shit because you have Patton writing. He's a fucking joke piece of shit. Kelly Student.
You have Grant Morrison, who's lost his mind.
Yep. It's just like
Dennis Camp, who 20th Century Man.
Yep.
Probably one of the most tone deaf, dumbest writers right now in comics.
Yeah. Matt Fraction, Jeff Lemire, Kelly Sue, Zoe Thorogood.
People who all have this derangement. So I guess he probably couldn't focus. He probably couldn't write. So he had everyone else come in to finish the books for him since he couldn't do it.
God, this is just a murderer's row of just hacks.
Just bring in Mark Hamill while you're at it. Jesus.
Yeah, right.
Yep. Wouldn't be surprised.
So, I mean, we're definitely going to read this one. Now, will this come out before we do our... no, it will not. This is January 2025, so this will not come out before our review of the best and worst of the year of 2024. So if this is as bad as we are hoping that it may be, then this may make it to our 2025 list. But man, this is already looking not too hot. But my God, dude, I can't. Oh yeah, it's the first one of the year. It's brutal. Yep. But I cannot wait till we get 45 and 47. I mean, come on.
I mean, he's thinking about it, right? I mean, are we calling it now? I have to call it. He's gonna.
We have to lock that in. It's
or maybe he'll just skip those. Maybe he'll just skip those issues. He won't. There'll be no 45 or 47.
There's going to be something. It's either he's going to skip it or he's going to write something just ridiculous.
Yeah, but so this is how we're ending the year. So this will be on the worst of the.
Oh, it has to be. I mean,
this will be there. Now, whether or not it'll be the top spot, I don't know, but it'll be pretty fucking close.
In 1 year, we went from it being the best book of the year to potentially being the worst.
Yeah. One book did that much damage.
One book can ruin
and that's all it takes, really. One book is all it takes. Now, Kaiser, so the only thing with this is that if we were to rip it, the only way I'd rip it is if I were given a copy. I'm not paying. Nope. You could not pay me to pay for this book.
Nope.
So, yeah.
Yeah, if you want to send it to me, go right ahead.
Please, we'll rip it if you send it.
I'll set it on fucking fire. I really will.
Piss on the ashes.
Yeah.
But no, man, I mean, all that being said, and genuinely, I am sorry, because this would be like the equivalent of me finding out that Jim Zub just pissed on that Conan series that we've been loving. You know, we've bought original art from the series that we love. We have the entire run. We've had, it's inspired us to do things. It's like, so so I really do think that this is sad, and my heart goes out to you, brother, because there's nothing like enjoying a piece of art and becoming so ingratiated in the escapism and the storytelling and the talent and the work that was put into the series, and then having to have someone just shit on you, the fan, and tell you you're the horror, you're the problem, and everything you believe in is why the world is horrific.
And you should be as terrified every single day as I am.
Correct. You should be in utter despair and depravity, that you should even exist in this world. it's not a good feeling. So, but yeah, all that being said, this was pretty bad, and I'm hoping, Kyle, that you're able to still get enjoyment from the books that did bring you that inspiration for your book, right? So,
I mean, you want to talk about a gut punch? I mean,
dude,
Martin Morazzo. I don't want to damn him, but I really want to rip this fucking original art from my
oh no,
Wow.
I want to take it down off my fucking wall. I can tell you that.
Yeah,
And I've been
no,
talking
I
with Martin
understand.
about wanting to do a cover for issue 2 of my series, and I'm just like,
Oh,
I don't even know if I want to fucking deal with you anymore. Like,
yeah.
I don't know. It really just it pisses me the fuck off, like so bad. Like I just
Of course, dude. I get it. It's not, yeah, it's like you're angry.
Yeah, and it's like the
And
best
you
thing I
feel
can
it.
say is like what Gary will say, or Razorfist will say: go outside, touch grass.
Yeah.
Yep.
Sun's still rising. There's birds in the air. The grass is alive. It's quiet. It's peaceful. Go outside, touch the grass.
Yeah.
Yep.
But that's the thing is these a lot of these people, so we have lives, and so
Yeah.
then when we come back to our homes from our outside lives, we love to escape into the things that we enjoy, whether that's movies or comic books or music or whatever it may be. But when our escapism has become the very shit that we are trying to escape from, that's why I think people get so upset, and why so many YouTube channels have spawned over the course of the past decade, because we were finding so much of our stuff just being, um, completely taken over by ideologues and activists and hack writers who care nothing about like the medium of art, and just want to tell their own ideological nonsense. So yeah, it's sad to see, and hopefully, hopefully we can fill that with something else. But
And
because I know Conan comes back out in
it
January.
does.
So.
And I don't know if I'll continue to read Ice Cream Man for a little while, but like I don't know if I can objectively anymore say that like, well, this was a good issue. He's back on it. He's great again. It's like he's tainted that well. It's like the fruit of the poisonous tree kind of doctrine. It's like, well, if you go down this road and it's like everything's tainted now from this point on, can I objectively say this issue is good? It's like that's something I'm going to have to wrestle with. That's going to be very difficult for me. And I may just have to just be like, okay, I can't objectively score this book anymore. I'll read it, but I don't know. It'd be so hard for me to be like, this was good. Continue supporting this guy. Like,
well, and that's the thing. Cause I think we've brought it up on the channel before. It's like, even if something is good, do we recognize it for being good? Right. And I think we would do a disservice if something is objectively good. If we were to call it bad, then we'd be lying. Right. But we can say, don't support it.
Right.
And I think
this is supporting mental illness. And if honestly, if we were to support this, we're only saying, yes, continue down this road, continue with more issues like this.
Yeah.
By doing so, I'm like, no, we don't want any more like this.
Yeah.
You had your spurg out. Now stop.
Yeah. This is him just spurging on the page.
I have stopped reading Mark Waid because Mark Waid is a fucking nutso, and it's like, okay, I can't. I'm done with Mark Waid.
King baby, baby.
Yeah, and it may be W. Maxwell Prince. It may just be I'm done. I don't know.
Yeah. And that's a very real possibility. I think that, I think there's a level of, I can recognize his objective talent and the objective like storytelling that he brings is well done and well written and intelligent and whatever it may be. Like I can do that with Daniel Warren Johnson, right? But his illustrations, like his drawings, his pencils, his inks, like those are just I can't even fathom how someone has that much talent in their hand, right? But
at least he's been able to keep his spurg outs away from the comic book page.
Very true. Very true. Yeah.
Yeah.
Yeah. Don't worry, Harley. I still see you. I'm not avoiding you. Don't worry, brother.
I seen you. I seen
I
you.
sees you. I seen it with my own two eyeballs.
Yeah.
Synced it.
I seen it. Yeah, Jack. This is I'm the whole
Mhm.
comic book industry. I feel like is leaning towards this because he's just not even a good person. Just like not just to a particular political party. He's just
Yeah.
kind of an asshole to everyone.
Yeah.
Yeah, it's a really going back decades. If you really
Mhm.
the stories about Mark Wade are not pretty in any way, shape,
Yeah.
or form. The things he said and done to people, and yeah,
Yeah.
that's not hyperbole.
No. So I guess yeah, we kind of have to. There are some artists that you can separate the art from the artist, and you can go, you know what, the art was much more impactful and inspirational to me than the actual artist, and so I can separate the two. It doesn't always work as easy as just, oh, it's like if this is how it is, this is how it's going to be, and it's not just as cut and dry. I think it depends on what the art is and who the artist is and what they've said and how they've portrayed you as a fan or portrayed themselves or what they talk about. But this one really kind of, I mean, yeah, this one really delved into like a certain type of hatred for a fan base. It's like it's really tough to come back from that, almost irredeemable, where it's like even if you recognize how objective their talent is, you can't say that you can support them in any way, because why would you support someone that hates you? So, oh well.
Right. I mean, it does. This is the first one that it almost was like a personal attack. Like I was
Yeah.
taking it personally, and it just fucking pisses me off. It's like, Dad, Tom King is a cuck, and it's like, yeah, it's like that's fine, and I can say his stuff sucks, and if he does somehow, despite his best efforts, write something decent, it's like, okay, yeah, he wrote a decent issue or whatever. It's like I can say that, and it is what it is. But after this one, it's like you fucking like you kind of, yeah, it's like you took a shot and you fucking just like, it felt like you just fucking hit me in the face, and you know what, I don't like it. And so if I have to be as authentic as I can be and as I will be always when it comes to reviewing things, it'll be something that I'll have to wrestle with as far as, can I be authentically objective with his work going forward? And if not, I can just read it and not just review it, and that may be what I have to do.
There you go. Well, whatever you got to do, brother, we'll support you. Because yeah, if the next Ice Cream Man book that comes out, like issue 43, is just like laughably bad, maybe we can review it. But if it's another just shit post on conservatives, it's like, this isn't even fun. Like, what are we doing? Right?
I will be out there if he doubles down.
I mean, look at who's writing for him. Of course he's got to double down. And then once 45 and 47 hit, it's over. It's over. Dunzo.
Oh God.
The TDS completely has set in, and it's terminal now. So
yeah.
Harley asks, do we feel like the vibes and energy have changed? Are we going to get back to basics of creativity and exploration without brainwash and indoctrination? No. And in fact, Harley, it will get worse.
Yeah,
it will get
much
worse.
Go back to 2016. Remember how politically charged a lot of the Marvel books were, and we're only going to get more of that. A lot of them are going to be spurging out and having temper tantrums and letting out their frustrations on a good portion of America now.
Temper tantrum.
And I think the big problem is, just like what I'm experiencing, you're just galvanizing both sides now. Both camps are just going to just be even more firm in what they believe. Yeah. And whether that's good or bad, it's just like, I don't know what that's going to do for the creative side of everything, but it's not going to be good.
It's going to create more division, if anything. And but the thing that's going to happen though is I think, and Josh and I have talked about this a little bit before on some of our streams, but if the rhetoric doesn't cool down, then someone's going to have to realize at some point, like, we can't win if we don't change our rhetoric by calling people Nazis every time we don't get our way. You know what I mean?
Yeah. And what's funny is that, even on networks like CNN, MSNBC, people, news anchors and everyone, guests have gone onto those shows and told them this rhetoric, this path we've gone down, it did not work, and it's not working. We need to stop.
They will double down until they recognize we can't keep doing this anymore. Now, when that happens, that could be years from now. Who knows, right?
But until then, they're going to keep being like Seymour Skinner. Maybe I am wrong. Maybe I'm going to.
Mhm.
No, it's the kids. They're the ones
Yeah.
who are wrong.
Yeah.
It's them who are wrong.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, I mean, and here's the thing, though. They better figure it out quick, because right after Trump, you got Vance. Right after Vance, you got Tulsi. Right after
Mhm.
Tulsi, you got Kennedy. Like, you've got, Vivek. What am I?
Vivek,
I'm
yeah.
forgetting Vivek.
Mhm.
Like, you've got a batting order. You've got a freaking lineup of hitters, bangers, absolute bangers.
And not just
that are-
not just that, Max, but like if the leftists keep going down this path, they could potentially get more former people on the left and Democrats coming over to the Republican side.
Right. Yeah. So if they aren't neocons, then sure, come on over.
Yeah.
Bro, this would be incredible. This would be amazing. Emperor Baron. Let's see it. Let's go.
If you
Oh
think
my
that they're
God.
not planning that, you're crazy, because they
Could
definitely
you
are.
even imagine, dude?
Mhm.
In our lifetimes, this young man, this 6'9"
Yeah.
beast of a man who watched his father almost get, just
But-
done for.
Barron is the reason he went to Joe Rogan and he did the other podcasts. Barron is the reason why. Barron told him to.
Good for him.
And I
Yeah.
think there's a lot more to Barron than people are giving him credit for. And like you said, I really think we're gonna be seeing more Barron in the future.
Bro, that would be
Mhm.
so sick. Yeah, no, I mean, hey, Viggo Mortensen, you may want to sleep for this one, Drew, because Viggo Mortensen, I'm about to talk about him, as Aragorn in the best trilogy of all time, Lord of the Rings.
Little fun fact I found out. Apparently, before Vigo, it was supposed to be Adrian Brody was supposed to be
Interesting.
that role. And I'm like, oh
Thank
my
God
God,
it wasn't him.
this would have been enjoyable. I would have watched it. Holy crap,
Ugh.
but no, it went
Absolutely
to him.
Viggo Mortensen. So Vigo's son,
Okay, I'll take a nap. All right, you guys talk.
Okay. Vigo's son was actually the one who got him to do the Lord of the Rings, because Vigo got a call from Peter Jackson and said, we need you on a flight like tomorrow to come to New Zealand, and we want you to audition for the role as Aragorn, and we're going to shoot some scenes with you in the sword and all this stuff. And he's like, I don't know. And Vigo's son was like, Dad, I've read these books. Aragorn is the best. You got to go do it. So he was like, all right. And sure enough, it was his son who told him to go for this role. So like that.
The rest is history.
The rest is her story.
Or her story. Sorry.
Her story. All right, Drew. Yeah. All right,
I'm
we're
up.
back.
I'm up. Okay.
Yeah. Yeah, he's got Eastern Promises, The Road, History of Violence,
yeah.
Hidalgo.
I will say Eastern Promises, the Turkish bath scene.
Oh yeah.
All right, you want to talk about? Have you seen that, right, Max?
Yeah, he's hanging dong, my man.
Everything is out there, and
Everything
I
is
love.
out there.
It's amazing.
I don't think I'd have enough like chutzpah to say, yeah, let's film a fight scene just full dong, right?
Few
Good
do.
for him. Few do. All right. Let's lighten the mood a little bit, because that was heavy. I don't understand why people are not liking this book, man. This is well, actually, to be fair, Kyle, I know you said that this issue was weak, but in the grand scheme of things, this series has been great. Drew, what do you think?
It's been good. I will say, I love the first issue. I don't want to say. I mean, is it pretty much a foregone conclusion that Alec is Alec Holland and he's going to be revitalizing the green and revitalizing the planet? Is it?
That's my
yeah.
take, is that he is in fact Swamp Thing. So.
But besides that, yeah, it's a fun story. I mean, it's fine. It's really slowed down. I think that's been a problem, and it hasn't been as action packed as I'd hoped it'd be in these latter issues. It really hit the brakes in this issue, which is unfortunate.
It's true. This was definitely slower, but I do like the relationship between Slade and
Yeah, it's just like in
his
the
mentor.
Wintergreen. Yeah,
Yeah, Wintergreen. And you also get some backstory. Well, you actually find out why. We thought it was like a triple cross. We thought in the last issue that Iceman was the reason for this all winter,
Oh,
which
Killer
is
Frost.
true. What's that?
Killer
Killer
Frost.
Frost.
Sorry, yeah.
DC.
Killer Frost.
Yeah.
But I'm thinking Arnold, the Ice Age. But yeah, no, we were left to believe that Killer Frost was the one who brought the all winter because what's his name? Vandal Savage?
It's Vandal Savage.
Yeah.
It is.
Vandal Savage was hooking up with his broad, and so he got angry and was like, here's the all winter. But it was actually, spoilers, because old Slade Wilson here was supposed to take out Savage and instead took out the wife. Ooh. So, yeah. So pretty big realization, big reveal here. But yeah, this has really been awesome, man. I think in all honesty, the art probably did more of the heavy lifting in this issue for sure than the actual writing. But
Agreed.
still really like it. But yeah, if you guys want, I like anytime you see something that has this much testosterone and doesn't have as high of a score, it's actually most likely good. So, but man, I don't get why people. It's funny because I don't get why people don't really resonate with this one, but why they resonate with like Ultimate Spider-Man. It's like nothing happens in Ultimate Spider-Man.
I think because people have low testosterone, they don't like action. It's too much.
That's true. Yeah.
Well, and Dark Knights of Steel would really want to turn me off from reading it too. After seeing that title, that's like, oh god.
That was why I didn't actually look at it in the first place, was because I hated that Game of Thrones like cynical doomer outlook from Tom Taylor. So
yeah. And it was good.
But this one's not too bad. Did you guys want to talk about Batman Full Moon?
Yeah, I thought this was a fun issue. The art is fantastic in this. So it picks up after issue 1 when Batman's been bitten by a werewolf, and Batman, Bruce Wayne, is doing anything and everything he can to find a cure for it. Everything with science, with magic. Zatanna's brought in, John Constantine, what's his name? Who's a Man-Bat? The Langstrom. Kurt Langstrom's brought in to see if he can help cure him.
Man-Bear Pig, yeah.
Yeah, Man-Bear Pig. Mm-hmm. And they think they can cure him, but you got to read to find out. But yeah, it's great. It was a fun issue. If you love like little, it doesn't have an Elseworlds banner to it, but it should. It has Black Label, but I'm like, anymore, what's the point of fucking Black Label in Elseworlds? It's just call it, make it an Elseworlds.
Yeah.
There's nothing, there's nothing R-rated about it to make it a Black Label book. Or PG-13, barely. It just make it an Elseworld. But yeah, it's a fun issue.
Kyle, did you get a chance to read this one?
Yeah, I did. I've loved both issues. I just think it's just a really fun horror werewolf story. I like the dialogue. I think it's very well written. I think all the characters play off each other really well. Anytime you can bring in John Constantine and bring in Zatanna, like I just love their banter with Batman. Like and Alfred in this is done really well too. I just think everybody's dialogue, they all sound like them when they're talking. And you can do that in an Elseworlds tale and still have fun with it. And the art, like Drew said, it does blow me away. It's like Liam Sharp. There's a few people where it's like, okay, it's kind of like this. It's kind of like Sienkiewicz. It's kind of like the. It's like it's got a lot of things melded together, and it's just a lot of fun just to look at. But yeah, it's really there's a lot of creepy images in here too. Like there's just some really horrific stuff, and in the end of this issue, it goes somewhere.
Yeah, it does.
I really want to read the next issue.
Yeah. Let me ask you guys this. How do we feel about the Bat Zat fling, right? First was the Bat and the Cat, and now it's Bat and the Zat.
I
Are
dig
we
it. I
digging-
like it.
Yeah, I like it. Yeah, I honestly I like it more than the Bat and the Cat thing. I like it more than her.
Agreed.
And I do like the fact how it was really only introduced in the Batman the Animated Series that they would have had a past, and they kind of brought that in to the comics, and I appreciate that, and it's fun. And, it creates a little love triangle between John, Zatanna, and John Constantine, Zatanna, and Bruce. I like that.
I think it's brings in a good dynamic between, like you guys said, Constantine is kind of giving Zatanna shit because he's like, are you really with this guy?
Yeah.
And she's like, yeah, Bruce is pretty great, not like you, right? So I'll say the first issue didn't wow me. The first issue I gave a meh. But this one, I would probably give it a recommend. The art blows me away in this issue, and I thought this was way more fun than the first one. So yeah, I'd probably give this one a recommend. And I'm sorry, I should have said I'm definitely giving All Winter a recommend as well. But I don't know. Did you guys want to recommend that one, or is that a meh for y'all?
It's a meh. It's a meh.
Really? Okay. All right. But if you're reading the whole series, if you've read up to this point, you can't skip an issue because everything leads up to that point. But I don't know.
It does.
But yeah, I'll give it a recommend. This one, I think I'd probably give a recommend as well. But what are you guys going to give this one?
Recommend.
Oh, yeah. Solid recommend.
Wow. Solid. Okay.
Yes.
Jack says it's explained in Alan Moore's first Swamp Thing story, Anatomy Lesson.
Yeah. Jack's been talking about this in the chat. Okay, look, this is an Elseworld story. It's the All Winter story.
Yeah.
Yes.
It's an Elseworlds. So in this book, Alec Holland is a kid, and we're led to believe that he's going to be bringing life to the world. We're bringing back the green and everything. It's different. It's not the Swamp Thing from main continuity. He's not a clump of plants who thinks he's Alec Holland. He's a kid in this.
Right.
Yep.
But yeah, as you guys alluded to in this Batman Full Moon, this is what we're gonna get. I never thought I'd want Batman as a werewolf, but now I kind of do.
Yeah, it's like Capwolf. I love it.
Yeah.
It is, yeah. Or it's like the weird 90s series that they did that was Nick Fury and the Howling Commandos, and they're all werewolves. And it's like,
Yeah.
I see what you did there. That's but, all right. And we like the Bat Zat. All right. Good to go. It makes more sense to me than Bat and the Cat. I don't get Catwoman. I don't understand her shtick, but I'm liking Zatanna. I think she's
Wow, we well.
Wow, we well.
Oh, so that row, I do want to recommend Spider-Man Reign 2, the final issue, number 5.
Oh, this is the final one. I didn't read
yes,
this one. Okay.
It's the final issue. It was solid and is a great Spider-Man issue, and it was a fun run. And I am clearly in the minority with that opinion with this. Because it's wild, it's crazy, it's old man Spider-Man. In this issue, he fights a huge, monstrous Kingpin, and what Peter Parker has to resort to fight him. I dig it. It makes sense, and it's drawn incredibly well. And the ending,
Kari Andrews, man,
yeah, he's fantastic. The ending makes sense, and on the last page, I love it. I absolutely love it. I had fun with this series, and when the trade comes out, I'm going to buy it. And I hope there's an art edition of this, because I mean, the one issue he draws it almost just like Todd McFarlane, and you're hitting me right there in the feels.
Yeah.
And yeah, I'm going to recommend this, as well as G.I. Joe. The G.I. Joe Real American Hero, number 311. Fantastic.
Though so I'm bummed because I didn't read this issue, number 5, but I've read 1 through 4, loved all 4 issues, so I'm also in the minority. I've actually really been liking this Spider-Man Reign. G.I. Joe, you said that Chris Mooneyham's back, right?
He's back, baby, and he kills it. Yeah, it's pretty much Cobra against Serpentor and his crew, and I love it. It's fantastic, and Destro makes a big move toward the end of this. So we're going to see Destro on the battlefield in the next issue.
Nice.
But how it's all illustrated here, it's fantastic. I love it.
Look at this lineup: Larry Hama, Chris Mooneyham, Andy Kubert on the cover.
It's fantastic.
Good. That'll put hair on your chest, boys.
It is so beautifully illustrated. I love it.
That's awesome. Dang. All right. I'm going to go back and
Action-packed.
reread
The whole
this
issue's
one.
action-packed. I love it.
So that's 2 G.I. Joe books that we've gotten this month that have been badass. That's good to hear.
Yeah.
Good deal.
Mhm.
Would you recommend G.I. Joe Joshua Williamson or G.I. Joe Larry Hama? Which one was
Both.
better?
Oh, I'm going to, that's tough. That's
Ugh.
real tough. But for me, I got to give the edge to A Real American Hero because I love the artwork more in A Real American Hero. Don't get me wrong, Tom Riley, he's a good artist, but Chris Mooneyham, and Paul Peltier, his art, both guys are just fucking comic books. That is straight up G.I. Joe. And
Hell yeah.
everything is so well illustrated, especially Chris Mooneyham. Chris Mooneyham is a rock star. And how he draws everyone in this book, it's 10 out of 10. Perfect.
Yeah. It's pretty sick. The Chris Mooneyham stuff, I really dig his, especially when like issue 300 when they first got him on, or 300, 301.
301.
Just chef's kiss. Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles X Naruto. Hiya.
That looks fun. Are they eating dumplings?
We read this one, right? No. Yeah. No.
Yep.
Right.
Yep.
Okay. Next.
Yay, fun.
96% of people liked it.
Shocking.
Naruto, Moon is following us. Woo!
It's coming right at us.
Oh God. Did you guys get to read this one?
Unfortunately, no.
You tried to.
Unfortunately, you should have said fortunately no.
Oh. Yeah.
I tried to.
Oh, you tried to? Where'd you get to? What point did you have to drop it?
I mean, it was a couple pages, and I just started scrolling. I'm like, this thing, it really is bad.
Yeah.
Really is bad. There's nothing worse than just seeing the cuck dad just be completely irrelevant in this story at all. Like, why did you even have this fucking character here? All you want to do is tell her story about how strong and powerful Womans she is, and standing there and yelling at everybody and kicking fucking doors down and saying, "Get the fuck out of here! Fuck you, you fucking fuck!" And then of course, she has to run into her mom at the end. It's just like, give me a break.
That was the big twist at the end. Is like, oh my God, it's her mom. And so maybe that's why she's carrying all this trauma with her, because she lost her mom. And so she doesn't want to lose her daughter. Maybe that's why she's an asshole. I've heard a lot of people, I listened to a couple of reviews of like why they think these two characters are so polarizing. I don't necessarily see it or agree with it, but in terms of the reviews, because I'm like you, Kyle, I find that the male character is an absolute weakling, coward, simp, cuck, beta, pathetic human being, and yet they try and pose him as like, or they try and pose the wife as a hero, but the wife is just beating down this pathetic excuse for a man. But there was a moment in the book where we finally kind of get to see a little bit of a glimpse of the husband. He actually talks back to his wife at one point in the book and says, like, listen, you're being emotional and irrational, and just like, a woman, you have zero self-control. I'm the only one around here who has the discipline and self-control to actually control my emotions. And then the pilot says, guys, stop fighting. You're both doing great. And that's when I put the book down and I was like, I'm done. But I think the whole thing that DWJ and Riley Rossmo are trying to get across with this whole series is, as parents, sometimes shit happens and you can't blame yourself as a parent. And you just have to say that, like, you just do the best you can. Right. And I don't think that there's anything wrong with that sentiment, because it's true. As a parent, I'm sure shit happens and you just have to roll with the punches and you do the best you can. But man, are they making these characters unlikable. So
especially her. And that's the problem. She is very unlikable. Probably the most unlikable character of all time. And it's because how you write her. She can be a strong woman in the sense that nurturing, that mother bear aspect coming out. I get that to some extent, but it's like, again, there is a certain way to do it, and you're going about it the wrong way when she is taking the lead in everything, knows everything. I have all of the answers. I know what I'm doing, continues to fuck up, and then says, well, shut the fuck up. I'm still going to keep doing what I'm doing. And
So a woman.
yeah. And it's just
Oh
like,
yeah.
no, that's not how this would work. That's not how this is. And if that's how you want their relationship to be, they wouldn't be married in the first place. It's just like,
Yeah.
I don't understand what this is and what you're trying to say here. And I doubt you then can't pull a 180 and be like, oh, you know what? Never mind. She's just going to be completely sympathetic and stop acting like this. And then he's going to take the reins. I don't see that happening.
Yeah. I mean, I think this is probably what, like a 5-issue mini, 6-issue mini. Yeah, I could see this being a 6-issue. But I really highly doubt. I mean, this is the cover to issue 5, but I don't see this happening at all. Like at some
I see
point,
him sacrificing
maybe,
himself. I see him doing it.
yeah, like he actually has a masculine sacrificial moment of him being like, I love my wife and I love my daughter, and I'm going to do whatever I possibly can to die for them.
And
Maybe
who
he'll
are
have
you
hero's
again?
journey.
I forget who you are.
And then the wife is like, it's about fucking time, loser.
I told you
And
to
then
do
he's
that
like-
4 issues ago, you moron. I never loved you in the first place.
By the way, I hate this cover. This is awful. It like
Well, it's Riley
three-
Rossmo. Say no more.
Yeah.
It's
no,
gonna be awful.
3/4 of the cover is just this globby monster thing.
Yep.
Ugh. It does. It's not even
So
like a cool
bad.
design or anything. It just looks bad.
Why isn't he doing? I know he's.
Yeah.
Why isn't he
why
doing
is-
the fucking covers? Like
Why isn't
There,
Danny Warren
there.
Johnson? Like,
that's the only
there
cover
go.
you need. It's still stupid, but fine.
But it's better than Riley Rossmo. God. Hey, but Kyle, this one's foil. 1 in 25.
Oh,
So
gotta
it
get
means
it.
you have to get it. Gotta get it.
Yeah.
Can't miss. All right. Last one, and I promise I'll get you boys out of here. The Rocket Fellows.
Oh,
By Ghost
this,
Machine.
this was tough
Really?
Snore.
because it started off with an interesting concept. So I want to make sure I understand this correctly. I'll make sure I read this right. So they're a family from the future
Mm-hmm.
that's sent back to modern day,
Mm-hmm.
and they're just escaping the future, and they're just living on a normal life,
They're
and
trying to, acclimate. to
acclimate. But
modern
in
day?
the latter half of the comic is them having a cookout and talking with people.
Yeah.
Did I read that right?
Yeah. It's like they're being hunted down for some reason, and then
Mhm.
Yeah,
They
correct. We don't know why.
yeah, we don't know why. But the dad is like the guy, which I was shocked for. I thought it was going to be the mom. But like okay, we got to hunt them down for some reason. Then they end up being to get away from them. They go back in time, so now they have to like stay under the radar because they'll be spotted or something.
And then I tried to understand. I couldn't understand it, but something about like they were hoping that something didn't come back with them. Like they said, like even an eye could mean problem, and like then there's an eye there at the very end in that jar. I think.
Yeah.
Is that? Am I reading that right? Am I missing something?
I think so.
No, I know what you're talking about, the eye in the jar. Maybe I
Yeah.
didn't read. Maybe I didn't read that first part clearly though. But I do remember what you're saying at the end of the book, which you're like, what is this? There are a lot of questions that are posed in this book in the first issue. But yeah, I don't know. Well, first, before I hear Kyle's take on this as well, I really got to say, Ghost Machine has got to do something with their marketing. I didn't even know this was coming out this week.
They don't have any marketing.
Yeah.
They have all this
no
talent.
one-
Their marketing
yeah.
sucks ass.
Can't afford it.
Well, because they paid Peter J. Tomasi and Francis Manipul.
Yeah.
You can't have a marketing department when you have like actual talented creators on these books.
Yeah.
So,
Mm-hmm.
but yeah, no, like no one knew that this was Ghost Machine, and 2, no one even knew that it was coming out. So we got to fix that or figure out some way of being able to market this stuff. But yeah, Kyle, you thought this was boring as well?
I thought this was a snore. I didn't
Oh,
I didn't really fall in love with these characters at all. There was
No.
not a single one that I really felt attached to. They
We-
didn't
we- you
feel like
don't- yeah,
family.
you don't really get to know them that
Yeah.
much. You get an idea that they're close. You get an idea of that, but you don't really know any specific character too much, which is a weak point in this.
Yeah, we have a character sacrifice themselves. It's like, who gives a shit? It's
It's like the grandfather, right? The great grandfather,
grandmother,
No,
grandmother,
the
grandma.
grandma, and it was just like, okay, don't know who you are, don't care, and it's
Don't
like
know.
we're supposed to. And I just kept thinking, the Disney Pixar movie Meet the Robinsons was so much better than this, and that's kind of what this is. In that sense, kind of, but like just a nice fun family, and somebody time traveling and meeting their family. It's like blah blah blah. Like I was just like, that's such a better movie. But I get what they're trying to do here, and I do not resonate with these characters. I wasn't excited. I don't know if I'll be reading issue 2 after this. Didn't get me to want to read issue 2.
Dang. All right.
Yeah.
I'm
yeah, it just
I'm gonna be
too many questions and not enough answers.
Yeah.
You don't do that for a first issue.
Yeah.
And I applaud the approach of just launching you into a story of the universe of characters, but this is something you generally do in like a second volume, not a first volume or a first issue. We have no clue who these characters are, why they're running away, who they're escaping from, why they're going into the past. You just know it's something bad, but it's like too many questions, not enough answers for a first issue.
It can become very mystery boxy if that happens, because then you're just reading the next issue to be like, I wonder what that eyeball is, or I wonder what.
And not just that, we from our lived experiences with mystery boxes. Does Peter have answers for these things? Probably not. We learned Damon Lindelof in his quote unquote brilliance didn't have answers for those mystery boxes.
Well, I'm going to give much more benefit of the doubt to Peter J. Tomasi than, the jabronis over at Star Wars. Like Peter Tomasi is actually like a brilliant writer. So at least I think. I mean, his Superman run still is one of my favorites of all time.
Yeah, and from what I understand, it was because he's responsible for Green Lantern Rebirth. I think most of that was his idea. I believe it. I understand.
So I'll say pros. I think Pete writes families well.
Yeah.
Because if we look at like this Superman story that he wrote, he writes like Clark and Lois and John really well.
Yeah.
He knows the family dynamic, and I think he has the dialogue down really well. So I think that's a pro. I think the art in this, Francis Manapul is like, the art is gorgeous. I think that's another pro.
He's gotten better as an artist. Like I will say, I never liked his DC stuff. I'll say that now.
Oh, really?
I never liked it, and I will say he's gotten better now than where he was, like say 10 years ago.
Whatever he's doing in this, I was really digging it, man. Like I was actually stunned by how much I liked it. Another pro, I like the concept design. So like the first fourth of this book, when they're in the future,
yeah,
and they're running away from that thing on the bike. I was like, these like the art for this is really cool, and I like the concept designs like that. Just I thought that was fascinating. The spaceship and the bike and the villain. Like I was like, this looks really great. The cons is after that first. Once they get into the present, that book takes a dive in pace. Like it gets really,
it hits the brakes.
Oh yeah. It like slams on the brakes, dude. Like it's tough. It's just like, we were going like, because the book opens at a really fast pace, like really dynamic environment, and you're learning about the characters, you're learning about how the family interacts with each other, and then you just hit 2024 and it's like boom, wall breaks on, dive bomb. It was just slow. So I want to give it a recommend. It's tough. It's really tough. It's a meh, but I'm hoping that by the second issue we get to see some good stuff. So I'm still going to be reading it because I love Pete J. Tomasi and Francis Manapul both together on this book is badass. And it's rare that we actually get a family that like actually love each other. So that's cool.
Yeah.
I barely got that in this. Like
No?
I just didn't get it. It just
Yeah.
they all felt like they weren't family, but they were living together. Like, it
Yeah.
just didn't seem like you had history at all.
That's fair. Well, it's hard to beat when you got Fantastic Four as your like ultimate family book, right? Like when
True.
the Fantastic Four is what you have to live up to. That's tough.
Yeah,
Because they're the pinnacle. They're the perfect family. So
they are.
all right. I think that does it, unless you guys had anything else you wanted to talk about. But
I tried to read Epitaphs from the Abyss.
oh, why are you
It
putting
is
yourself
so fucking bad.
I was done with the first after the first issue. I was done. I'm like, this is the path we're going down. I'm done.
Oh no. Ugh.
I
Do you think it's gonna change? Like, do you think the Matt Kent, Leo Max?
don't
Mhm.
know, honestly. I don't
I'm sorry that you
understand.
put yourself through this. Yeah.
Like, I'm just like, get some good old fashioned EC horror in here. Like, but it is just every one of these has just been really stupid.
Just like the Creep Show comic book stories.
Yes.
They've all been lazy, heavy-handed, one-sided, just terrible.
Yep. Basically, that's all they are.
Yeah. Those. Oh my god! I just had a stroke. What did you just call? What were they? Not the
Creep
EC
Show.
ones. Creep Show. Yeah, those ones are bad. I remember reading those ones and like, oof. Have you guys heard of this though? Shutter magazine.
I know the TV program, the network app,
Yeah.
whatever it's
I
called.
have
Yeah.
the app on Amazon, yeah.
So I was looking at this the other day because I saw this at my LCS, but this actually looks kind of cool. So like here's 1 through, I think they're on issue like 20 or something. I don't know. But these look pretty legit, man. Like these covers are like Frazetta.
I was saying they look like Rosetta.
Yeah.
Oh wow.
And then all the
wow.
interiors are all black and white.
Oh
Wow.
shit.
And
Are
I'm
these reprint?
wondering if like we should start picking this up instead of those like
Oh,
bad, horror books.
I don't think I've seen this in any of the stores.
I don't know
I've
what
been
any
to.
of
Any
this is.
solicitations or anything?
No.
I mean, it looks awesome, man.
Those are
Like
really
I said,
cool.
but
I'm gonna go onto eBay now, see if I can buy a
Yeah,
couple.
me too.
oh, no need to go on eBay. Just go to their website. Like all of these books are there for sale. So like, if we go back and you go to back issues, so issue 1 is $20, but like once you get down to 20.
20?
Yeah, but once you get down to like issue 3 and 4, 5, 6, they're all like $7, $6.95.
Wow.
All right.
But I don't know. The thing is like I don't know any of the writers or artists.
Oh,
But that's not a bad thing. We don't have any preconceived notions of what's going to happen in the stories. There's no baggage.
That's true. So yeah, you can pre-order issue 19 and 20 now. So they're on issue 18. So I mean they're going strong, but these things look beautiful. But yeah, just thought I'd share because I was like, it's really tough to get horror right. And now that we've lost Ice Cream Man and Creep Show and Vault of Horror, it's like, what else we got? Maybe let's try out Shutter and see if it's any good.
and Epitaphs from the Abyss. I'm going to send you. When I was reading this, I find this art so fucking ridiculous. The fact that they can get away with this, but I just want you to see if you see what I see as far as what characters they modeled.
Oh no.
These people. I just want you to, if you think you could find who you think these people look like, because it should be like borderline, like criminal with the fact that they're using as far as the likenesses and images of certain people that I think that they actually look like in this issue.
Oh, did they do another like, hey, it's Alex Jones and hey, it's
Well,
Joe Rogan?
Oh no.
yeah. So
Oh,
look
no.
at this. Keep going. Who's that? Who do you think that
That looks-
is?
Brad Pitt?
That
Yeah,
looks
looks
like
exactly like Brad Pitt, right? And who do
Yeah.
you think that character looks like in the hard hat right there to the right?
John Hamm.
Yes. Right?
Jesus. Yeah.
John Hamm and Brad Pitt are the characters in this.
So
And
they're
you think-
basically just doing Netflix pitch the comic book.
Exactly. Like, who do you think that they're trying to say, hey, do this little Twilight Zone episode for us?
How shitty. That's so dumb.
I cannot get over it. It's like, what the fuck are you guys doing?
Yeah. Oh, that's 100% them.
Yeah.
Because then when they pitch that's what these are. They're storyboards.
Yeah.
They're just storyboards for when they pitch this to some stupid production company.
Just like Netflix pitch. Oh, I'm sorry. And Newburn. Yeah.
Yeah, that's
Yes.
right. That's hilarious.
I was getting so pissed off. I was like, come on.
Love it. Well, they sure know what they're doing.
Yeah. Sorry. It just pissed me off when I was reading it.
No need to apologize. I see what they're doing. They're not sly at all, but
Yeah.
Epitaphs from the ass or the abyss. Sorry,
Mhm.
excuse me. The abyss of their ass.
What was that?
Oh,
horror
no
you looked
wonder
up?
Matthew Rosenberg is on
Matthew
here.
Rosen
Oh,
Peanut.
God. Matthew Rosen?
Yep.
Well, I think that will just about do it for this evening. But yeah, guys, I appreciate y'all hopping on tonight. This was a longer stream. We had a ton of news. I think we were going through a lot of, we had to go through the origin story of Stephanie Williams, figure out how she came to be in Marvel and DC Comics. So, and that Ice Cream Man book, there's no way we could have let that go less than 30 minutes.
I'm sure Rock and Robbie thought it was the greatest thing since sliced bread, and it was poignant, but
Very,
so
very nuanced. Very
Yeah.
nuanced.
subtle. Just so the subtlety in it is really what got me,
I didn't pick up on anything in there. I had to really we had to go through and really dig deep.
So delicately
Really
veiled. Yeah.
This
Well,
the subtext was just next level, man. Yeah.
just the tapestry that he wove was just unlike any other.
Yeah. Incalculable.
Mhm.
It's a beautiful shroud.
Yeah. Mm.
Beautiful.
Well, maybe after the stream we'll go ahead and who's that? Oh my god. Maybe we'll watch a little bit of Rock and Robbie. But well, chat, you guys are awesome as per usual. Once again, don't forget to go back Silent Nights and kneel before Doomface. You can find both of those links in the description. Have a great rest of your weekend. Gentlemen, do we plan on doing anything Friday, the day after Thanksgiving?
We can. I got nothing going on. I'll be off.
Okay.
I mean, I'm off all next week, so
I didn't know if maybe family might be in town, but we can.
yeah, we'll have family here. But if we do something late,
Okay.
I'm not
Yeah,
doing
I got
anything.
nothing
past
going
9
on.
o'clock, so
Yeah.
Okay. All right. Well, then, chat, maybe we'll see you guys on Friday after Thanksgiving, and our bellies will be full of
Leftovers. It'll be a leftover special. Yeah.
leftovers. Do you
Yeah.
do the leftover sandwich?
Oh, we got to.
Stuff
Yeah.
in there and just
Leftover turkey sandwich, the dark meat. Get a couple slices of like good cheddar cheese on that
Ooh.
sucker. Warm it up in the microwave. Yeah. Oh, it's
or
beautiful.
ham because turkey
Or ham.
sucks.
Nope.
But
oh, ham is good. What's your favorite dish?
Green bean casserole.
That's so random. I would have never guessed. Okay. All right.
favorite dish. Mine's a dessert. It's pecan pie. It's the only time of year I make pecan pie, and
Wow.
it's
You
my
make
absolute
it.
favorite. Mhm.
Oh, damn. All right.
Yeah.
Cornbread stuffing.
Mm.
Mama's
collard greens? All right, baby.
We used to put the collard greens in the bathtub, and it's like, where are
Yeah,
you
San
from?
What the
Antone.
fuck are
Yeah.
you talking about?
Yeah.
The saucier down in San Antone.
down in San Antonio. We got them collard greens. It's like,
Get some crab apple.
let me ask you something real quick. Yeah, no. God, no. I'm a stuffing guy all the way. Just
yeah.
stuffing for me is just the piece de resistance.
That's second for me.
Harley's like, what in the hell is wrong with you?
Green bean casserole, when cooked right, is delicious. Green bean,
I'd like to have Kamala cook me some green beans.
Who wouldn't?
yeah.
But all right, well then, yeah, we'll maybe see you guys next Friday. Hopefully we can we'll schedule that. We'll see what books are coming out and see if we can maybe do a show. But other than that, enjoy y'all's weekend. We'll see you guys on Sunday. Have fun watching Saturday college football tomorrow, and we'll see y'all soon. Thanks,
Go
guys.
IU.
Go which one?
Go IU.
Who?
IU.
Who
Oh, IU. Oh gosh, poor IU and LSU. We'll see how they do. They may take it. We'll see.
They might.
All right, later, guys.